as we are doing where shade house technology is concerned. And I want at this time to encourage some of our younger people. Every year we see a lot of young people coming out of school, and I want to encourage them to get involved. Because as I indicated, people must eat. For us to be here today in this honorable house to debate, we must have had some breakfast. Some of us maybe didn't have. But even if we didn't have, we must eat lunch later today. We must eat dinner. And so it is incumbent on us, it is incumbent on the young people to take up the mantle and start doing some agriculture. Now I know that previously some persons thought that agriculture was dirty work. Not anymore, Madam President. Shade house technology is all about easier work and making more money. And so I'm encouraging the young persons to get involved, use the technology. You can stay at home, you can turn on your water, your sprinklers, you can stay at home, you can turn on your devices to spray the chemicals, you can stay at home and you can monitor what is happening in your greenhouses. That is what our young farmers are doing right now. And so I'm encouraging young persons, get involved. Money is in it. Let's turn now to marketing, Madam President, because it's all well and good when we encourage persons to cultivate and to grow crops. But at the end of the day, once they would have taken that bold step to cultivate, they would want to ensure that they can get their produce sold. And so several years ago, Madam President, this administration would have ensured that we have a marketing unit that markets the crops of our farmers and our backyard gardeners. And that marketing unit has been doing a great job over the years. And so that marketing unit continues to function as a major clearinghouse for local fruits and vegetables to many of our major outlets on the island of Nevis. During the first 3 quarters of 2025, there was a throughput of 114,298 pounds of produce. Madam President, the marketing unit continues to give daily updates on produce to provide an avenue, as I would have indicated, for farmers and backyard gardeners to sell their produce. So we are not telling the farmers and the backyard gardeners to produce only. We are telling you that once you would have produced, the department is there to partner with you again in terms of getting your produce sold. Madam President, payment to crop farmers increased by 10.02% during the first 3 quarters of 2025 as opposed to the same period for 2024. Payment received for agricultural inputs such as produce, seeds, and chemicals amounted to $523,023 compared to $500,405 in 2024, or a 4.5% increase. Madam President, during this presentation, you're going to hear a lot of figures, because figures don't lie. Figures show the evidence of what is happening in the Department of Agriculture. And so I will be presenting a lot of figures. What we are seeing from these figures, Madam President, is that over $500,000 in payment was received at the marketing unit during the first 3 quarters of 2025. Madam President, the marketing division as well hosted 2 farmer trainings jointly with suppliers, Marketing Arm International and Caribbean Chemicals, both which are based in Trinidad and Tobago. They maintain a steady supply of high quality supplies, including seeds and pesticides, because here again, Madam President, if we want our farmers to produce and produce well, we must be able to provide them with the quality of seed material, the quality of chemicals that they need to ensure that they get maximum production from their crops. The marketing division also conducted trials with biostimulants. They would have conducted as well public plant health clinics along with Caribbean Chemicals. Madam President, we hear about clinics in terms of public health, but there are also clinics in terms of plant health as well. And so the marketing unit would have conducted several plant clinics during the first 3 quarters of 2025, and we will continue to do that. Madam President, the marketing unit have also facilitated a new heat-tolerant tomato variety. I just spoke about tomatoes and the effect of heat on tomatoes. And so the producers of seeds have been working diligently to ensure that they have tomato varieties that are a little bit more tolerant to the excessive heat that we have been experiencing as a result of climate change. And so the marketing unit is working with the tomato seed producers in terms of facilitating those trials with the heat-tolerant varieties. Madam President, let's turn now to agro-processing, another very important division in the Department of Agriculture. And our agro-processing unit continues to produce a wide range of juices, concentrates, jams, jellies, lollies, flour, bread, and recently they would have added sorrel jam. Madam President, the unit continues to maintain the existing markets and look for additional markets. And I'm happy to report that most of our products that are produced at the Agro-Processing Center are on most of the shelves on our supermarkets on the island of Nevis. And they are in the hotels, not only in Nevis, but on the hotels in St. Kitts as well. The Agro-Processing Center, I can say as well, is an excellent source of mango pulp for most of the year. We know that during mango season, there is a lot of mangoes. As we would say locally, mangoes bang dog during mango season on Nevis. And we have devised a way to ensure that even though when mango season is over, people can still get mango pulp, whether to make juice, whether to make any other products with mangoes. And of course, we know that we have a mango festival here on the island now, a thriving mango festival, a very successful mango festival in early July, hosted by the Nevis Tourism Authority. And so the Agro-Processing Center will ensure that when mango festival time comes around, when the 50 chefs that they utilize for mango festival want mango pulp, my department, the Agro-Processing Center, is there to ensure that mango pulp is available. Of course, the Agro-Processing Center, because of the products and they produce, they normally also participate in the Mango Festival. They would participate in the Cultural Art and Craft Food Fair, and the production remains steady at the Agro-Processing Center. Madam President, let's look quickly at quarantine, a very, very vital unit in the Department of Agriculture as well. And during the recorded period, there were no new invasive pests introduced on the island of Nevis. And some of us may wonder, what is the purpose of quarantine? And the quarantine division is of extreme importance because the agriculture industry is a very fragile one. The agriculture industry is normally plagued with lots of pests and diseases. And on many occasions, pests and diseases enter the country, and sometimes we have absolutely no clue how they got into Nevis. Of course, we know that our coconut industry, our coconut plants, the tall varieties, was decimated by the lethal yellowing. We have no clue how it got in here. Several years ago, we had the giant African snail. We had no clue how it got in here. Several years ago, we had the pink mealybug. We had no clue how it got in here. And so that division tries to ensure that we keep invasive pests and diseases at bay in terms of keeping them out. And if they do come in, we have to try as much as possible in terms of management of those pests and diseases. So thankfully, we can report that during the past year, there were no new invasive pests and diseases that came into the island of Nevis to affect our agricultural production. And so because that division is very important, they've also now commenced the inspection of imported aggregates. Normally, that division would inspect fruits and vegetables coming into the island, but they are now also started the inspection of aggregates, because once aggregates are coming into the island, pests and diseases can come in. I know we've had a problem with snakes recently, and here again, we had no idea how the snakes got in. Of course, people have their own ideas as how the snakes got in, but we have no idea sometimes how little small pests and diseases or disease agents can come in. You can enter a farm when you travel to Antigua, and just by walking on the farm, Madam President, your shoes take up some soil. You bring it back to the island of Nevis. That soil on your shoes is riddled with pests. You have no idea. Gets to Nevis, of course, Nevis is very small, and once it gets to the island, it spreads rapidly. And so we want to continue to encourage those who travel. Do not smuggle in plants and vegetables, please. You don't know what you're bringing into the country. And so this division is there to ensure that we have control of what comes in and what leaves. And so it continues to monitor. We have some fruit fly traps around the island to keep fruit flies at bay. And it has commenced meetings on the new plant quarantine regulations that have been developed. In terms of the output from the unit, the containers checked for the first 3 quarters of 2025, 165, as opposed to 138 last year. And of course, these containers, as I mentioned, are containers with fruits and vegetables, containers with plants, and anything else agricultural. I can also indicate that the phytosanitary certificates issued for the year so far, 774 as opposed to 546 last year. And let me just mention what the purpose of the phytosanitary certificate is for. If persons are going to take produce out of the island of Nevis, we know during mango season in particular, scores of persons want mangoes overseas. But you cannot send the mangoes unless you take the mangoes to the Department of Agriculture and get them inspected. And you get what is called a phytosanitary certificate to accompany the products. So if you're taking plants or fruits or vegetables overseas, you absolutely must get that phytosanitary certificate, because when you go to the importing country, that is one of the first things they will ask you for. And if that consignment of products does not have the phytosanitary certificate, then your products can be confiscated right there at the port of entry. Let's go to the small farm equipment pool, Madam President. We do have some very supportive units in our department, and that small farm equipment pool, that is one that deals with the equipment. It continues to provide service to our farmers. And during the first 3 quarters of the year, a total of 76.75 acres of land were prepared for farmers. I would also indicate here that apart from the traditional land preparation that the Department of Agriculture is normally involved in for farmers and the Department of Agriculture has now also ventured into other areas, including excavator services, backhoe services, and we also do what is called brush cutting services for farmers and the general public. If you have a big yard and you want it brush cut, you can call the Department of Agriculture. Our prices, very, very cheap, dirt cheap. I think we'll have to try to revise them, because equipment is extremely expensive, and when our equipment is damaged, we have to spend a lot of money. And so for the brush cutting, for the farmers, in 2025, we did 19.25 acres, as opposed to 2.25 acres in 2024, for a 755.6% increase. Excavator hours for farmers. And of course, I must indicate here as well, because this is a caring government, and this is a government that looks out for our farmers, that the excavator service that we provide from the Department of Agriculture is at a concessionary rate. And so for the excavator hours for our farmers, we did for 2025, 37.5, and in 2024, we did only 5 for a 650% increase. In terms of the free hours, because I must indicate here as well that there are times when the Department of Agriculture would get requests from farmers, from prospective farmers, for assistance where excavator service is concerned. And the caring administration that we are, and the caring ministry that I lead, would critically look at what the request is and decide whether or not we can assist and give assistance. We have been giving some assistance to our farmers, and so we have given some free hours, excavator hours to our farmers. And those hours, 87 hours were provided in 2025 as opposed to 30 hours in 2024. In terms of backhoe service for our farmers, we would have done 93.25 hours in 2025 as opposed to 78 in 2024. And so, Madam President, it's a coordinated approach we have in the Department of Agriculture, where, of course, if we want production and we're encouraging our farmers, we're encouraging our backyard gardeners, we are there as a department to provide the necessary support. The clerical division is a division that we don't hear a lot about, but it's a very important division, because I'm sure you've been hearing a lot of figures being mentioned here in my report, and you'll hear a lot more figures. And that division is there to keep tabs on what we do in terms of what we collect and what we spend. And so the clerical division continues to keep proper record of our revenue collection. The overall projected revenue, because of course when we hear the budget annually, we hear of projections. And we also do that in the Department and Ministry of Agriculture as well. And so the overall projected revenue for the period was achieved with a 9.09% increase when compared to 2024. There were strong areas of collection with regard to the sale of livestock from our farms, 163.83% increase, and the veterinary division with a 151.9% increase when compared to 2024. Madam President, in terms of revenue collection for the first 3 quarters, we have a total of $240,437.81, and that compares favorably with, for 2025 it was $262,283, and for the same period in 2024 it was $240,437. Let's turn our attention now, Madam President, to livestock production and veterinary services. Madam President, we have been trying our utmost to do some work at the Madden Stock Farm in terms of fencing. We've had some issues with fencing there. We know that it is a farm that is close to the sea, and we know what sea blast does to fencing. We've had some unscrupulous persons as well who have done some damage there to our fencing at Madden's. And so we have been having to do some rehabilitation work with regards to our fencing at Madden's, and we are doing that in terms of the perimeter fence. We have been cleaning our forage bank area of 3 acres, and we have commenced cleaning of our paddocks as well. Over the years, we have seen a lot of our paddocks becoming overgrown, unfortunately, and so we are ensuring that our paddocks are cleared and that we continue to do some work where our forage bank is concerned. We've had 2 farmer trainings in silage production and semi-intensive production systems. We facilitated an animal control program. We know that here on the island of Nevis, we have a huge or massive problem with stray animals, including stray donkeys, stray dogs, monkeys. And so we've done some work. We continue to do some work. It's ongoing. But we did some intensified work during the past year, and that was facilitated by that division. Madam President, the Veterinary Division and Livestock Division as well, they have been working feverishly to try as much as possible to keep what is called the African swine fever out of Nevis. The African swine fever is a devastating disease, and it is very close to us in the Dominican Republic. And so the Veterinary Division and the Livestock Division have been working closely with AICA, with the United States Department of Agriculture, and with the University of the West Indies to try as much as possible. Only very recently, about 2 weeks ago, we had a delegation here from Latin America. They were here under the auspices of the United States Department of Agriculture, and they would have provided, they would have done a training in surveillance, because we want to know what is the status of the pork industry on the island of Nevis, where African swine fever is concerned. Over the years, there are certain countries where African swine fever would have been present, and they would have had to destroy tens and thousands of pigs. We don't want that to happen here on the island of Nevis, because if the African swine fever gets to Nevis, I guess our entire swine population will be devastated or destroyed. And so our division is working hard with those collaborating agencies to try as much as possible to look at the situation on the island to see whether or not anything close to African swine fever is being detected, and if so, to put the necessary measures in place. Madam President, let's move quickly now to what is happening at the abattoir. And I know this is another division that provides excellent service to the Department of Agriculture, to farmers, to the general public, to supermarkets. And the overall quantity of meat produced in the first 3 quarters of 2025 was 132,007 pounds, an 8.2% decrease when compared to 2024 production of 143,080 pounds. And there is a reason for the decrease, Madam President. However, during that period, pork was the leading meat type produced with 62,816 pounds compared to 58,000 in 2024, an increase of 8.3%. So we realize here, I just spoke about the African swine fever and the importance of keeping it out. We're realizing here that in terms of what was done at the abattoir, pork is a major player for our farmers and for the general public. We had a decrease, unfortunately, in mutton production, and here I can say that dogs continue to affect the small ruminant production. And I want to make an appeal here to the dog owners in Nevis to kindly, please keep your dogs under control. Because we know that we have a lot of small ruminants on the island, sheep and goats. Unfortunately, yes, a lot of our small ruminant farmers do not have the land space to have their animals enclosed. And so unfortunately, a lot of our small ruminants have to roam. And in their roaming, there are a lot of the times that dogs wreak havoc on the small ruminant population. We know that mutton is in very, very high demand on the island of Nevis. Every weekend, most of the restaurants cook goat water. And so that raw product is necessary for the restaurant and the hotels to produce this food. And so we are asking kindly, we are begging the dog owners, because we have heard on many occasions that the dog owners, some of them, they have so many dogs, they can't feed them, because when you go to the supply office, the dog food is very expensive. even more expensive than what we eat, and even more expensive than the feed for the ruminants. And so there are times when people have their dogs, cannot feed them. There are times as well, they have their dogs and they let them loose. And of course, once the dogs are let loose, they're going to prey on the small ruminants. So I'm making an appeal here again, Madam President, to our dog owners. Please control your dogs. At the abattoir, Madam President, which does a lot of work, we had a commissioning of a new freezer there. And in terms of payments to livestock farmers for the first 3 quarters of 2025 as compared to 2024, in 2025, we had $491,851 being paid out to farmers, to livestock farmers. In 2024, it was a little over $500,000. I must say here, Madam President, that at the abattoir, we have over 20 value-added products that are produced. And I want to give a little snapshot. As I indicated, I'm going to be producing a lot of figures, because figures give the evidence of what is happening in my ministry. And so I'm going to give an indication of some of the increases of some of the value-added products that we would have had during the past year. I'm going to start with smoked ham. Just talk about pork, and being the biggest, the heaviest in terms of the produce at the abattoir. So for smoked hams, and we are in the season now, where persons are already ordering their hams. This is a big business at the abattoir. People love the local ham. For the smoked hams, in 2024, or 2025 this year, the production was 1,209.3 pounds compared to last year, same period, 1,162.8 pounds for a 3.9% increase. Smoked pork ribs, 2025, 110 pounds as opposed to 30 pounds in 2024 for a 266.7% increase. Ground beef, which is always in very high demand. We can never, ever have enough ground beef. Ground beef, 2025, 11,115 pounds compared to 10,417 in 2024 for a 6.7% increase. Beef patties, 4 ounce, 2025, 3,021 pounds compared to 2,886 pounds in 2024 for a 4.7% increase. We are talking only increase here, Madam President. Chicken patties, 735 pounds in 2025 compared to 564 pounds in 2024 for a 30.3% increase. Beef sausages, 120 pounds in 2025 compared to 82 pounds in 2024 for a 46.3% increase. Pork bacon, 151 pounds, 2025 compared to 136 in 2024 for an 11.3% increase. Chicken sausages, 344 pounds in 2025 compared to 272 in 2024 for a 26.5% increase. Beef meatballs, 178 pounds compared to 102 pounds the previous year for a 74.5% increase. Tripe, and I'm sure many people may not know what is tripe. But for those persons who don't know what is tripe, tripe is the belly. Tripe is the belly of the animal. I know some persons, when they slaughter the animal, they tend to discard the belly. But no, tripe is big business nowadays. Big, big business. And so for tripe, the production was, for this year so far, 1,115.7 pounds. And for 2024, it was 1,081 for a 3.1% increase. So tripe is big business. I spoke about the goat water a while ago. tripe is used in the goat water. And for chicken meatballs, 2025, 159 pounds compared to 119.3 pounds the previous year, for a 33.3% increase. So, Madam President, these figures that I'm presenting here today during this presentation clearly shows that work, and excellent work, is being done in the Department of Agriculture. The abattoir also provides service in terms of meat cutting. And so if you have meat, which some of the supermarkets and butchers have, they are able to go to the abattoir, request the service at a cost, of course, at a concessionary rate, of course. And so for the butchers, for cutting meat and cutting of meat and meat processed at the abattoir for the 3 quarters of 2025 so far, we've done 35,653 pounds as opposed to 34,296 in 2024, for over a 3% increase. For supermarkets, the service provided to the supermarkets, 10,313 pounds this year, as opposed to 10,121 last year. And for the general public, for this year so far, 83,909 as opposed to 83,780 in 2024. Figures don't lie, Madam President. Let's now touch on agriculture in schools, something that is very dear to me and should be dear to all of us. Because, Madam President, my ministry and my department believes that students should be part of the food security thrust that the department and the Ministry of Agriculture is currently on. We are on that path of food security and food sovereignty, and we want all hands on deck, including our students. Now, we know that a lot of the primary schools and the preschools as well, they have school feeding programs. And we believe that our schools should be able to have school gardens to produce some of the food that is being prepared in the cafeteria. We have always said that what we grow is healthier than what we import. And so I want to make the pitch here to the schools that what you grow in your school gardens would be much healthier than what you import from overseas. And so we want to reach the point where all of the schools, including the preschools, have a school garden. And so we are on that particular mission. We are on that particular path. We have been having some success, but we need more success. We want all schools on board. And because we want all the schools on board, we have done some work in terms of distribution of seedlings and fruit trees to all of the daycare centers and preschools. Because previously, it was just the primary and secondary schools the focus was on. But now we want even the preschoolers to be a part of that thrust. Normally, when we have school children involved in anything, there is a success. And if we can have our school children from this preschool level straight up to the secondary level, telling our parents that, listen, growing our own food is the way to go, then of course I believe a lot more persons will be on board in terms of doing their own backyard gardening and doing commercial farming. And so we have been working diligently with the schools. We want them, when they eat, when they go to the cafeteria, and they purchase a meal, at a concessionary rate, of course, that most of what is in that meal was produced right there on the school compound. I want to make an appeal to the Department of Education. The Minister of Education is here. And I want to make an appeal. We want more support. The Department of Agriculture has been doing a lot, but sometimes we don't get the requisite support from our teachers. I believe that once we have a school, that maybe at least one of the teachers could be assigned as a person who is in charge of agriculture in the schools. And we want more support. So, Minister of Education, we want more support in terms of money as well. Because a lot of the times, we are pushing agriculture in the schools. And the schools have a budget. But the Department of Agriculture has to spend all the money. The only thing the school children or the teachers want to do is to reap. So sometimes we have to spend all the money. The extension staff and the staff from the department have to go in and do a lot of the work. And so I'm making an appeal right here now that we need more support from the Department of Education. Madam President, let's turn to the Agri-Expo. And this has become a household name on the island of Nevis now. It used to be the Open Day. It is now the Agri-Expo. And I want to spend a little time on this, Madam President, because the Agri-Expo is the premier agricultural activity that showcases and highlights everything agriculture and related on the island of Nevis. Now, the Agri-Expo has come a very long way, Madam President. I could recall when we started back in 1994, up at Prospect, it was a little thing called the Agriculture Open Day. Very, very small, right there at Prospect, in our natural environment at the Department of Agriculture, on the grounds of the Department of Agriculture. I could recall we having it over at the Prospect Agricultural Station and the livestock section over at the vet services, so people were able to walk across and move freely. They were able to go and see products, crops in the field and so on. And it was an excellent venture. However, over the years, it grew and it grew and it grew. And it outgrew the venue at Prospect. And so I think it was on the 10th anniversary we moved down to the villa. We thought the villa was big enough. It outgrew the villa as well. And so our home is now at the ETW Park. And so over the years, this activity has grown in leaps and bounds. And it is now one of the major activities on the calendar of events for the island of Nevis. Everyone looks forward to the Agri-Expo. And so we have been working overtime over the years to ensure that we have an excellent showing at the Agri-Expo. And every year, Madam President, it is a massive success. Every year it is a great success. I can say that the expo that we had in 2025, this year, it was the largest to date. We had a record number of booths, record number of participants, and it was hosted on the 27th and the 28th of March. Our theme was promoting sustainable agriculture for a resilient future. Our patron was Mr. Daniel Atherton. And Madam President, I want to say here that next year, 2026, will be a huge year for agriculture. Why? Because we'll be celebrating our 30th anniversary of the Agri-Expo. 30 years and counting for next year. And because it will be our 30th anniversary, we have started a little earlier this year in terms of our preparation. We want to ensure that we cover all of the bases, because we're going to leave no stone unturned for the 30th edition of this Agri-Expo. And so, we have actually already done our theme. We have already selected our theme, which is Rooted in History, Utilizing Land and Sea, Agri-Expo 30. It is slated for March 26 and 27 next year at the ETW Park. And I can tell you that promotion has started in earnest. One of the things I like about the lead up to the Agri-Expo next year is that one of our workers, Miss Shakima Hanley, has embarked on doing 30 interviews to lead up to the 30th edition of Agri-Expo. And we have been trying to, take advantage of persons who would have been part of the Expo and the Open Day over the past 29 years. I really want at this time to pay homage to Mr. Augustine Merchant, our past Director of Agriculture. It was his idea to start the Open Day, and I don't think he would have envisioned that it would have grown so tremendously over the years. And so I want to pay homage to him, and I want to pay homage to all of the staff past and present, of the Department and Ministry of Agriculture, who have worked so diligently over the years to ensure that we have the best show possible on those 2 days. Madam President, it is not easy to organize and execute an event of that magnitude. But every year, the staff works overtime, under stress, under duress sometimes, to ensure that when patrons come to the ETW Park on the last Thursday and Friday in March, people can go back home and remember what they experienced at the park on those 2 days for years to come. And next year, the 30th edition will be no different. I want to commend, once again, the entire staff for the work that has been done over the years. We want to really say a big thank you to all who have been a part of this. Of course, I always say special thanks to our friends in Statia, who come in their numbers every year, 150 upwards to 200 sometimes. And I know for the 30th anniversary, we are targeting other neighboring islands to be a part of this massive event for the 30th edition next year. And Madam President, I must also say that we as an island should be proud. Why? Because our agricultural exhibition, it is, and I have done my research, Madam President, I have done my research. Our agricultural exhibition that we have on the island of Nevis is the best in the OECS region. The best in the OECS region. And so all who have been a part of this journey over the past 29 years should be proud. I am particularly proud, Madam President, because I was there when it started, and I'm still here. So I'm exceptionally proud. So I want to say boldly now, and I want to make an appeal to those persons who normally want to be a part of the Agri Expo. Don't wait until the last minute, please. We have already started our promotion, and you want to book a spot early. I know a lot of times persons want to come the last minute, run down to my office the day before, and I need a booth. But we want to ensure that the planning is on track, on target, and we want people to come early and prepare early. Agriculture Awareness Month, normally, Madam President, that normally comes on the heels of the Agri Expo that is normally celebrated in the month of May. Here again, I'm very proud that this initiative was started when I was the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, and every year we celebrate Agriculture Awareness Month during the month of May to continue to highlight what is happening in the field of agriculture. For this year, the main focus was on training, and I have to give commendation to the vet services, because they, over the past couple of years, have been having what is called an open house at the vet clinic for Agriculture Awareness Month every year. Madam President, let me speak briefly on something called apiculture, and that is beekeeping. I know many persons are terrified by bees and are scared of bees, but those little creatures, Madam President, they produce something called honey, which is always in very, very high demand. Over the years, we've had some challenges. We've had some pests and diseases that have affected our bees, and so we've had a reduction in our bee population. We've had a reduction in the number of persons involved. We've had a reduction in the number of hives, and so overall, we've had a reduction in the production of honey. We want that to change. We want that to change, and we on the island of Nevis are now on a mission to change that. We would have hosted a consultant from the OECS earlier this year, would have gone through some of the OECS islands, trying to increase honey production, and so we would have hosted that consultant, and we've had renewed interest from a number of persons on the island, some persons who were involved before and are getting involved again, and some new persons who want to get involved who don't mind getting a few stings, who don't mind getting a few bee stings, and produce what is desperately needed. Of course, we know that we are getting more health conscious, and a lot more persons are turning to a sweetener like honey to sweeten their products. And so the high demand is there. We need to capitalize on that. And so I'm encouraging persons now as well who might be interested in beekeeping or apiculture to come and talk to us at the Department of Agriculture, or you can talk to the persons who are already involved. And so because of this renewed interest, we now have a new group that has been established. And I would say, I would pledge the support of my ministry and my department to the support of that industry. Because there's such a renewed interest, Madam President, we had what is called the Caribbean Week of Agriculture that was hosted in the Federation in October. It was hosted in St. Kitts. And during the Caribbean Week of Agriculture, there was what is called a honey show amongst the OECS countries that were attending the Caribbean Week of Agriculture. And I want to publicly commend and congratulate one of our beekeepers who won an award there, Mr. Winston Atta Hobson. He received the Best In-Show Award during the regional honey show hosted in St. Kitts for Caribbean Week of Agriculture. Well done, Atta, and let's keep up the good works. And we want the group to get going. As I said, my ministry and the department will provide the necessary support. Madam President, of course, all that I would have said so far demonstrate that what we are doing in my ministry all amounts to a purpose-driven agenda. We are building our sustainable future. Let's turn now, Madam President, to fisheries and marine resources. And of course, that ministry, that department, has been quite busy as well over the past 11 months. The department normally organizes, in collaboration with the Gender Affairs, a fish pot making workshop every year. For this year, we had 18 participants registered, inclusive of both males and females, of various ages. And of course, the aim of this project is to continue to be a training of individuals to learn a trade associated with fishing. Madam President, and another area that this department is looking closely at and would have paid some attention to over the past months is the area of sea moss production. Sea moss production, yes. Sea moss is a drink that is loved by many people. They say it can do a lot of things. I won't say them here. But, don't know why the Minister of Education is laughing. But sea moss is something that used to be produced here on the island of Nevis. But we have seen a reduction in the production of sea moss. And unfortunately, the persons who make the drink have had to resort to importing sea moss sometimes, when we can have it produced right here on the island of Nevis. And so the Department of Marine Resources is now embarking on trying to get sea moss production being produced, sea moss being produced here again on the island of Nevis. And so the department would have started an initial plot to produce sea moss this year, and we would only hope that it will take off, and so all the persons who would require sea moss can get it locally right here on the island of Nevis. It's a very, very expensive product. I'm trying to remember the cost per pound. What's the cost of per pound again, Floyd? What's the cost per pound of sea moss? Over $100 for a pound. Over $100 for a pound of sea moss. And so if persons can get involved in sea moss production, that could be a very lucrative business for you. And as I said, the Department of Marine Resources is leading where that is concerned. For the year, the Department of Marine Resources would have held a number of stakeholder meetings, such would have included the Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Marine Resources Act, and this session allowed for staff to interact with fishers regarding the act. They would have involved in beach cleanups at Indian Castle and Butler's Bay in conjunction with the Navy Solid Waste Management Authority and ICDF. They would have conducted a fish aggregate device, that's FAD, workshop, aimed at allowing fishers to have an appreciation of how FADs are constructed. Hurricane preparedness, fishers meeting in collaboration with the Nevis Disaster Management Department. The aim of this workshop was to have the fishers get an appreciation for emergency planning. We have been very fortunate over the years in terms of disasters, but we have to remain prepared at all times. They would have been involved in a career day exercise at the Joyston Library Primary School. The staff interacted with students on that day and gave valuable insight as to opportunities within the marine industry. The department as well continues to dialogue with fishers regarding sustainable fishing. Of course, everything we hear these days is about sustainability. And even the budget spoke about sustainability and a sustainable future. And so we have been working with our fishers to ensure that they understand the importance of sustainability in the fishing industry. Very, very important. And so they have been working, the department staff have been working with the fishers where that is concerned in terms of biodegradable panels on fish traps, and this will reduce ghost fishing. The department also continues its efforts in deploying artificial reefs throughout the Federation. The main purpose of these reefs is to increase the sea life in the areas where they are deployed. Additionally, they act as a safe haven for juvenile fish and lobster. Madam President, I would have spoken earlier about the devastating impacts of climate change. And that is one of the major impacts of climate change it is having on our reefs. It's destroying our coral reefs. And of course, the coral reefs are the breeding grounds for our fish, for our lobster, and so on. And so because our coral reefs are being destroyed due to the excessive heat, the warming of the ocean, we know over the years we hear the warmer the oceans are, the stronger the hurricanes are. The warm ocean waters are also causing damage to our coral reefs as well. And so we've had to resort to now installing artificial coral reefs in our oceans around St. Kitts and Nevis. The department is also very instrumental in collaborating with CARE SKN with its King Crab project. The department has also been involved in the hosting of the annual Fish Festival in June. And of course, there's something called a reef check. Just spoke about the coral reefs. And there is this private organization in St. Kitts and Nevis called KSKN, Coral Reef Assistance, Restoration and Education. And because there has been so much damage to our coral reefs, this private institution has been doing what is called reef checks every year around the waters of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so they involved a university from the United States of America. And so we have persons coming from the university in the US to assist, and they would normally do a 1-week training of persons who can go out and check the reefs, and they go out and do practical stuff as well in the water. And so the Department of Marine Resources have been collaborating with CARE SKN in doing these reef checks annually for the past 5 years. I want to laud the efforts right now of CARE SKN and thank you for the excellent work that you've been doing in terms of trying to restore our coral reefs here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The department has also been involved in an Ocean Explorers Camp in collaboration with Community Development, Turtle Camp at Four Seasons with the release of 2 turtles with satellite trackers. Of course, we hear a lot about our turtles and our turtles being in danger. And of course, we know there's a close season. Our Marine Department has been very, very active in terms of trying to conserve our sea turtles. And every year there's a camp that is hosted by the Four Seasons Resort. And they would outfit turtles with satellite trackers, and they're able to track those turtles. So if the turtles leave here and venture as far as Guyana, they're able to monitor where those turtles go. If they go up as far as Central America or North America, they're able to track those turtles. And so our Department of Marine Resources continue to collaborate with the Four Seasons where that is concerned. Of course, we would have recently celebrated Fisheries Month, just last month. Here on the island of Nevis, there was a fish processing workshop, there was a beach cleanup at Jessop's Bay, and there was a fish fry to culminate the activities at the fisheries complex. I also want to highlight, I spoke earlier about the Caribbean Week of Agriculture. And during Caribbean Week of Agriculture in St. Kitts, we had 10 of our officials on Nevis who were honored, and I would like to name them. The officials were Valon Glasgow, Juan Modesto, Jason Brown, Franklin Daniel, Colin Huggins, William Perkins, Alexis Brown, Merville Claxton, Everett Weeks, and Andrew Claxton. I want to congratulate these 10 fishermen for being honored during Caribbean Week of Agriculture. I also want to indicate, Madam President, very importantly, before I get off of fisheries and marine resources, that for the period January 1st to November 27th, 2025, the Department of Marine Resources, and this is what I'm saying, Madam President, this continues to demonstrate that this administration is a caring administration. This ministry is a caring ministry. So for the period January 1st to November 27, 2025, the Department of Marine Resources received 60 applications for duty-free concession, valued at over $667,000. Items included fishing vessels, outboard engines, maintenance material, engine parts, trailers, buoys, fishing equipment, lines, hooks, rods, etc. Madam President, we are very supportive of our fishermen. We know that our fishermen, they have to go through some very treacherous waters at times. Sometimes we hear fishermen venture out, they are lost at sea, and we have to try as much as possible to support our fishermen. A lot of the time, sometimes we tend to say the fish is too expensive, but we have no idea what our fishermen have to face when they face those waters on a daily basis. And so that is why this ministry and this administration, which put people first at all times, ensure that we support our fishermen. In terms of collaboration, Madam President, this is a ministry that continues to collaborate. And so we are happy that we are always collaborating with institutions and organizations. I spoke earlier about the collaboration with AICA, UE, and the United States Department of Agriculture with regards to surveillance of the African swine fever. We have been collaborating with AICA for the introduction of a Formosa banana variety to combat Fusarium TR4 disease, which is also in the region. And so AICA has been working to try to introduce, and they have introduced it here on the island of Nevis and in St. Kitts as well, and throughout the region, a banana variety that is tolerant or resistant to a disease called Fusarium TR4 that is also present in the region. We do not want it to get here, but in case it gets here, we want to have a variety of bananas that can stand up to the disease. And so we have been working with AICA where that is concerned. We've been working with CARDI for the tomato trials. I spoke about those earlier. Of course, the Department of Social Services, we collaborate with them to facilitate a food voucher program. The Nevis Tourism Authority, we collaborate with them for the Mango Festival. And I need to just highlight our collaborating partners, because that is very important. The Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, ICDF, and the Taiwanese Technical Mission, AICA, CARDI, FAO, Government of Mexico, the Department of Agriculture in St. Kitts, the Department of Agriculture in Statia, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Health and Gender, Social Services and Community Development, Disaster Management Department, Water Department, Ministry of Tourism, Nevis Tourism Authority, Human Resources, and practically all of the departments in the government that we collaborate with. I must also mention here, Madam President, that this is a ministry that thrives on collaboration. We thrive on partnerships. We can't do it alone. We know how important the agricultural sector is. We know how important agriculture is to the development of the island. We know how important agriculture is to our health, Madam President, and the health of a nation determines the wealth of a nation. And so we want Nevis to remain healthy so that we can get wealthy. And this ministry is playing a major role in ensuring that Nevis, Nevisians and residents remain healthy. And so in doing so, we have been collaborating with not only here on Nevis, but we have been collaborating overseas as well. And so we would have hosted a delegation from Anguilla. This is the second delegation. We hosted a delegation this year. We had a delegation from Anguilla last year as well. And the reason why our friends from Anguilla are coming to Nevis, because they realize that we here on the island of Nevis, we are doing something good. We are doing good things. We are doing good things, Madam President. And it's because we are doing good things in the field of agriculture, in the agricultural sector, why we have delegations keep coming. Last year we had a delegation from St. Martin. Last year we had a delegation from Antigua. I think it's last year or the year before we had a big delegation of farmers from St. Kitts. And it shows, because if we were not doing something good, Madam President, why would they be coming? And so we would have hosted this delegation from Anguilla. And this time they didn't even come and leave the same day. They overnighted because they wanted to see what we are doing so that they can take pattern in terms of developing their own agriculture industry there. In terms of our collaboration overseas as well, Madam President, we would have participated in the first agricultural exhibition hosted by St. Statia. Every year when I come, I speak about the collaboration with our friends from Statia for the Agri Expo. And so they have been inspired, Madam President. The folks from Statia have been inspired by what we are doing here on Nevis. If they were not inspired, they wouldn't be coming back every year. And Madam President, you would not want to see the boatloads of produce and plants that they normally take back every year. And because they have been so inspired by what we do on the island of Nevis, they decide, well, we want to do a little thing in Statia too. And so they organized an agricultural exhibition for the first time this year. And they invited us. And of course, we had to reciprocate because we know the support that has been coming from them every year. Constant support every year. And so after the invitation came, we decided, well, listen, we have to go and support our friends in Statia. And so we sent a delegation down, I think it's over 20 persons, to Statia to be a part of that exhibition. What we also did, we also sent some products down to sell. And of course, all of the products that we went down with were sold off. The delegation included not only members of staff from the Department of Agriculture, but it included some farmers as well. Our agro-processors went down. You know, and so we are happy that we were able to collaborate with our brothers and sisters in Statia in ensuring that their first agricultural exhibition was a success. Madam President, I am extremely happy again to report that we just concluded another extraordinary collaboration with Anguilla for the weekend of November 14th to the 16th. An event was hosted in Anguilla called Hook and Harvest. And Madam President, it was what is called a wellness weekend of activities. And the organizer is a Dr. Carissa Webster Lake. And she has been concerned about the NCDs and the rise in NCDs, non-communicable diseases, in Anguilla. And I guess that is not unique to Anguilla. It's something that is happening throughout the entire region. We hear a lot about the NCDs here in Nevis as well and what we are trying to do to combat NCDs. And so that wellness weekend was geared towards trying to combat NCDs and at the same time, promoting food security, growing more, producing more, eating more local. Once you eat more local, you're eating healthier. And so they would have organized this activity for the first time. And guess what? They reached out to Little Nevis again. They reached out to Nevis. They would have reached out to the honorable member, the premier and the honorable member for Nevis too. And initially, and then the communication continued with me. Because the main event of that weekend of activity was a 10-course tasting venture, almost like a 10-course meal, focusing on local products. And they came up with the great idea. It was a ticketed event. And they came up with the great idea that every person who purchases a ticket and comes to the event will go home with a fruit tree. Yes? And they reached out to the Department of Agriculture, and we responded positively. And so they decided, well, listen, we want to tax you all for 130 fruit trees. And my ministry said yes, instantly. Because as I said, we are about partnering, we are about collaborating, and we are about spreading the message of food security and food sovereignty. And so we partnered with them, and we were able to send 130 fruit trees to Anguilla. Included soursop, sugar apple, Taiwanese sugar apple, cherry, what else? Custard apple. And so, Madam President, we were able to do that. And they extended an invitation to me as well, Madam President, to be a part of the event and to come and officially hand over the trees. And so I was able to go. And of course, I must indicate here that it was no cost to the government of people of Nevis. They sent the aircraft, it was a chartered aircraft, and I was able to get accommodation free of cost as well. So it was at no cost to the government. And Madam President, it was a wonderful weekend of activities. It started when we got there, and there were persons from the Nevis Tourism Authority who were there as well. They went to promote the Mango Festival, and they took a Mango Festival chef as well. We were very well received. And of course, while we were there, we had to promote what we are doing here. And so when we got there on the Friday, the 14th, Madam President, we went straight to our radio station, one of the most popular radio stations on Anguilla. And I took the opportunity while I was there to promote what we are doing on the island of Nevis. Not only to speak about the partnership, but to promote what we are doing agriculture-wise here on the island of Nevis. I also took the opportunity to invite persons in Anguilla to join us for the 30th edition of the Agri Expo next year. And I am confident that persons from Anguilla will be coming next year for the Agri Expo. Very confident of that. Even though it was an agriculture mission, I also took the opportunity to speak about Culturama as well. And so that was the Fridays. I spoke at the radio station. I would have met with the premier there, the ministers of agriculture there. And during that day on Friday, there was a wellness seminar as well, of course, hosted by the Dr. Webster Lake, and targeting high school students, because they want to get the message out as well to the high school students that, listen, it is important for you to eat healthy, for you to combat NCDs. Then on the Saturday morning, there was something called Walk with a Doc, a 3-mile walk, where there were several doctors, and they invited persons to come. It was done in collaboration with the Diabetes Association. In the afternoon, they had an event called Conversations in the Park. And it was all about getting the message out of how devastating these non-communicable diseases can be, and the importance of trying your best to eat healthy, to prevent them. Then, as I said, on the Sunday afternoon was the main event. And it was, I can say, a marvelous event, Madam President. I'm happy that I was there as a part of it, because as I said, it is all about trying to get people to grow more. Unfortunately, they don't do a lot of agriculture in Anguilla. They have issues with their soil. They have issues with water sometimes as well. But we are trying, from the Department and Ministry of Agriculture in Nevis, to give them that push and give whatever support we can to our neighbor. Of course, Anguilla was once our sister as well. So we are happy to do that. And so the afternoon of Sunday the 16th, there was the main 10-course tasting event. And the focus here again was local products. And so most of what you were getting, tasting local. There was locally caught grouper, locally caught mahi-mahi, local goat, local chicken, local pork, local fruits and vegetables, and everything was centered around trying to utilize more local products. So I really want to commend the organizers there, and I'm happy, very happy, that my ministry was able to be a huge part. Because, Madam President, you don't want to see the smiles on the faces of those persons who were going home with their fruit tree. You don't want to see the rush that was there when the event was completed for persons to get their fruit tree. Persons who were saying, I want this, I want that, I want the other, you know? And it was really an extraordinary event, and my ministry was very happy to collaborate. Madam President, once again, this is a purpose-driven agenda, and we are building our sustainable future, not only here in Nevis, but we are assisting Anguilla in building their sustainable future as well. Yes. Madam President, let's look forward now to 2026 in terms of agriculture and what we can be looking forward to for some of the things in agriculture for 2026. Of course, we will continue to actively promote agriculture in schools. As I would have mentioned, I would have highlighted our Agri Expo. That is one of our main events for next year. We will continue to support and promote shade house technology, continue to improve on quality and the quantity of products at the abattoir and at agro-processing as well. Promote intensive livestock production. I've spoken about livestock production, what the demand is for meat, and we are not able to meet that demand. And so we want to be able to promote what is called intensive and semi-intensive production, where persons can have their animals indoors, so to speak, and not roaming on the streets. We also want to continue capacity building in terms of training. We want to increase the promotion of the sector and work of the department. Madam President, as well, in terms of looking forward, we want to continue to pursue the construction of the broiler processing facility. A contract was signed with Atlantic Poultry Biotech, Inc. We had some unforeseen delays because the construction technology that is being utilized for the construction of the building is different to the regular construction technology here. And that is why we've had some unforeseen delays. We want to acquire some improved small ruminant breeds of goat and sheep. We want more consistent production on government estates. We continue to facilitate the marketing of crops, Madam President. And for next year, I know onion is a big crop here on the island of Nevis. We cannot have an Agri Expo unless we have onions, or else people will chase us out of the ETW park. Every year when some persons come, the first thing they look for is onions. Because I keep stressing about the quality of our local produce. And people love the local onions, Madam President. And so because people love the local onions, it is incumbent on us as a department and as a ministry to try to produce as much local onions as possible. And so we want to step it up next year. We want to have at least 7 acres of onions produced for next year. We want to establish 3 acres of root crops for material, including ginger, yam, dasheen, and tanya. We will continue with our farmer training and on-farm demonstrations. We want to improve animal extension and health services. And we want as well next year, I spoke up earlier about our stray animals. We want to introduce an animal control unit as well. And we want to expand the holding area at the abattoir. We spoke about the excellent work that is being done at the abattoir. And the space for the holding area has outgrown itself. And so we want to expand that area. Minister of Finance, we need 2 new tractors. So I hope you're listening. You spoke about it in the budget address. So we have to deliver. We have to deliver that for next year. Our farmers need service. The department needs service. And so we need 2 new tractors for 2026. We need 2 new chapters. through Madam President. And we also want to start work on our new office building in 2026, Madam President. In terms of the Department of Marine Resources, expectations for 2026, we will continue with that fish pot making workshop, which has really been a success over the years. We will continue to do that in collaboration with Gender. I spoke earlier about the sea moss farming, and so we want to rehabilitate that. And so we would want to see an establishment of a sea moss group for 2026. We also want to see the establishment of an aquaculture group in 2026, because quite a bit of work is also being done here on Nevis with regards to aquaculture. When we have our Agri-Expo, one of the big sellers at the expo is ornamental fish. Huge seller. And the children absolutely love them. And so there are persons here on the island who are actually involved in producing these ornamental fish. And so people are now getting involved in aquaculture. There are persons who are now indicating an interest that they want to grow more tilapia. They want to get involved in shrimp farming. And so the Department of Marine Resources is going to be working with persons who are interested in those areas to get them up and going. And so we want to establish a sea moss group. We want to establish an aquaculture group. We want to get involved in mangrove tree planting. And we want to do some infrastructural development. Of course, you would have heard the mover, when he spoke on Tuesday, spoke about the expansion of the Vance Amory International Airport. And so with that would come the relocation of our fishers in the Newcastle area. And so in the new year, we will be pursuing that to ensure that our fishers in the Newcastle area have a new home, a new landing site. And so we'll be working hard in terms of the development of the infrastructure for that. The department, of course, will continue to do joint patrols with the Defense Force, Coast Guard, in trying to reduce illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We will continue to have...
The time is winding down. We have just about 3 minutes.
How many minutes?
3.
3? Wow, the time went fast. I'll have to move with haste. And so we will continue with the fishers in terms of establishing those groups and training workshops for fisher folk. And we want to establish at least 10 artificial coral reefs to preserve and enhance the marine ecosystem. Of course, Madam President, everything we do, whether it's in marine resources or in agriculture, purpose-driven, building our resilient future. Let me now turn to culture, Madam President. Now, the NCDF has been working in terms of being heavily involved in the Ministry of Education's Black History Month program within the schools. And so the Cultural Arts Division normally play a pivotal role in executing those cultural presentations for the respective schools. The NCDF would have also partnered with the Ministry of Agriculture for the annual Agri-Expo, and they did a great job this year. The Cultural Arts Division is tasked with cultural arts entertainment for private and government-related events throughout the year. And we've heard about the UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage Project. Those activities on Nevis are coordinated by the NCDF. We've also established a Johnny Walker troupe, and the aim is to introduce the Johnny Walker art form within the schools for the 2026 to 2027 school year. The NCDF has also recently commenced a masquerade nomination project. This is to pursue international recognition for the masquerade traditions of St. Kitts and Nevis through the preparation of a nomination file for inscription on UNESCO's representative list of the ICH, that's the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. This project should conclude by February of next year. Now, earlier this year, Madam President, I'm sure all of us on the island of Nevis and those listening and those watching would know that CARICOM hosted CARIFESTA in Barbados. And I'm very proud that St. Kitts and Nevis sent a delegation to CARIFESTA. The NCDF was very instrumental in trying to organize that delegation to Carifesta, in particular, the Nevis contingent of the delegation. There were 30 persons who represented Nevis in that St. Kitts Nevis delegation. And the string band, the Honeybee String Band, was the main folklore representation. And I'm very happy to say that the Nevis Island administration played a pivotal role to ensure that some of our nationals and residents of Nevis were part of Carifesta.
Your time. Your time has now expired.
Thank you. Madam President, can I seek an additional 30 minutes?
Thank you. The question is that the honorable member be granted a further 30 minutes within which to conclude his presentation. Those in favor? Those against?
Thank you, Madam President.
The ayes have it.
And I will try my best to wrap up in that 30 minutes because I cannot go over. I cannot go over, right? So, Madam President, the NCDF continue to work with the schools with programs to teach our cultural art forms and music. And of course, they would have hosted the annual Easter workshop, and that catered to children 6 to 18 years. The NCDF, once again in 2025, spearheaded the children's troop and parade for Culturama 51, and they would have also spearheaded the panorama. And I once again want to say, Madam President, how proud I am of where we have reached with pan music on the island of Nevis. And I want to commend, yes, as I said last year, I mean, pan has been revolutionized on Nevis, and in a very short space of time. Very, very short space of time. So I want to commend the 4 steel pan groups that entered last year. And I think pan in Nevis can only continue to go upward and upward and upward. Madam President, for Culturama 51, it lived up to its reputation as the Caribbean's greatest summer lime. It was hosted July 24th to August the 5th. The slogan was Division Pride Second to None, Culturama 51, and our patron was Mr. Halstead Suti Byron. It was another hugely successful festival, Madam President. And of course, the usual competitions were hosted. Heartiest congratulations to all of the winners. There were also several fringe events organized by, of course, private persons and organizations. We want to thank you for that. We had improvements in terms of the start and end time of the events. The quality of the events were lauded during the festival, Madam President. And of course, patrons continue to enjoy the tremendously improved facilities at the Cultural Village and the Cultural Complex, Madam President. Of course, we would have invested in those facilities for Culturama 50. And of course, we want to say a hearty thank you once again to our sponsors, participants, vendors, revelers, and patrons. And of course, we want to say thanks to our nationals who came from the diaspora, who came home in their numbers, and those from St. Kitts as well. I want to especially commend, Madam President, Mr. Swain Evelyn and his team at the Culturama Secretariat. We got out of the blocks late this year, but I think they rose to the challenge and they delivered a successful Culturama 51. C52 is slated for July 23rd to August the 4th, 2026, and work and promotion has already started. Plans for 2026, Madam President. Of course, we will be planning and hosting and vigorously promoting Culturama 52. The work will continue in the schools in terms of cultural preservation, continue to collaborate with private sector for cultural preservation. We will continue to our work with the Easter camp. And of course, NIPAC will continue to collaborate with government departments and private sector for hosting of events. Madam President, let's turn now to housing. Very, very important area under which I manage. Guided by its mission statement, which is to provide service of the highest quality in the development, alienation, and sale of lands, and to construct affordable houses which are structurally sound and economical, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, NHLDC, is continuing to construct houses and making lands available for the people of Nevis. In 2025, the NHLDC has thus far constructed, is constructed, or will be constructing, built, presently building, or preparing to build 25 houses at a total cost of $6.8 million. Of that number, 8 have been fully completed at a cost of $2.5 million, and 17 under construction at a total cost of $4.3 million. These houses built or presently being built for 2025 are located in Madden, Cedar View Housing Development, Phase 3, Nisbet Estate, University Heights, Craddock Road, Hamilton, Chimney Crescent, and Rices. Thus far, the number of houses undertaken for construction by the NHLDC for the period 2013 to 2025 is 346 houses, a total cost of $76.1 million. Land sales for 2025 has amounted to $175,517. Let's look quickly now at the quarry sales for 2025. Type of material, stone, quantity in terms of cubic yards, 2,787, and we collected 94,865. For base material, 21,979 cubic yards, and we collected $699,710.50. And of course, the total material sold, 24,766 cubic yards, and the total income, $794,575. In terms of projection for 2026, housing, the immediate goal of the corporation is to promote, build, and distribute 34 affordable houses to applicants with all amenities. These houses will be a mixture of 3, 2, and 1 bedroom, built on approximately 5,000 to 13,906 square feet of land within the corporation existing developments at Madden, Cedar View, Spring Hill, University Heights, Nisbet Estate, Craddock Road, Hamilton, Chimney Crescent, and New River Housing Development. These houses will be distributed in the areas outlined as follows: Madden's 6, Nisbet Estates 1, Craddock Road 1, Hamilton, Sugar Mill Residence 3, Chimney Crescent 2, University Heights 1, and New River Estate, which is a new development, which will be called Blue Waters Muse Extension 20. So the total projection for 2026 is 34. Let me say here, Madam President, in just responding to something that the member for Nevis 5 would have spoken about yesterday, when she spoke about housing. And I know she indicated that NHLDC and the government per se should not be the main entity that is constructing houses. I can say here, Madam President, that NHLDC is not the main entity. The main burden is not on NHLDC. There's a lot of construction taking place out there right now, privately. And I agree with her that the private contractors need to get work, very much so. And the private contractors are getting work. The good thing about it is right now, Madam President, construction is booming so much that you can hardly find a contractor when you want one. And that is a fact, Madam President. When you want a contractor, you can't find one. And it's because construction is booming. Our contractors are always working, always working. Even in NHLDC, sometimes when we want to build a house, we can't find a contractor. Sometimes we have to wait 3-4 months before we can find one. And I can say that, yes, of course NHLDC uses private contractors. And I want to make the point here as well, Madam President, because we are trying our utmost. When the applications come to NHLDC, we vet the applications, and we try as much as possible to help those who require the help. I know that was stressed by the member for Nevis 5, importantly as well. And I want to just highlight one thing, that one of the most recent developments we have on the island, the development down at Rices. The development down at Rices. We have 8 homes constructed there, Madam President. And 7 of the owners are single mothers. 7 of the 8 homeowners in Rices are single mothers. Empowerment of single mothers, and empowerment of persons who need the help. And so, yes, I could assure you, member, through you, Madam President, member for Nevis 5, that we are trying our utmost to make sure we channel the help to who needs the help. In terms of land, a new land division consisting of 36.16 acres in Garnia's estate for residential lots is expected to come on stream in 2026. And I know people are already lining up, Madam President. I'm already getting calls. NHLDC is already getting calls. This is a wonderful area. And so persons, you can start lining up. Once those lots become available, we want you to get a piece of the rock. In terms of infrastructure installation, NHLDC projection for 2026 and beyond is as follows: University Heights, Road and Drainage Network; Cedar View, Maddens, Phase 3, Road and Drainage Network and Water Network; Chimney Crescent, Road and Drainage Network; Mountain Crest Residences at Craddock Road, Road and Drainage Network; Bayview Gardens, that's Rice's, Road and Drainage Network as well, and Water Network; New River Estate, that's the new area, Road and Drainage Networks, Electrical Network, and Water Network. And of course, for that takes care, Madam President, of NHLDC and the aspect of housing. I want, as I'm beginning to wrap up, Madam President, and I think I'm definitely making it within that time-free period, I want to say special thanks, Madam President, to our allied agencies. As I would have mentioned earlier, we thrive on partnerships and collaboration. And I want to say a special thanks to our allied agencies who have always been there for us and with us. Embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan, ICDF, and the Taiwanese Technical Mission. They continue to be our best friends. Thank you, Mission Taiwan and Republic of China on Taiwan. AICA, CADI, FAO, the Government of Mexico, the Department of Agriculture St. Kitts, the Department of Agriculture Statia, and to all of the government departments and ministries that we collaborate with over the year. And over the years, we say a special, special thank you. I want to say a special thank you to my staff, to my secretary, Ms. Marsha Daniel. I want to also say thanks to the assistant PS, Mrs. Russell Jeffers Gaskell and her team, Director Randy Elliott and Deputy Director Floyd Liebert and their team, Deputy Director of Marine Resources Corey Maynard and his team, NHLDC Manager Dexter Boncamper and his team at NHLDC, Mr. Jerome Rollins and his team at NCDF, Mr. Swain Evelyn and his team at the Cultural Secretariat, and of course, I want to say a special thanks to all those employees. As soon as I'm wrapping up, Madam President, my throat is beginning to act up. I want to say a special thanks, Madam President, to employees within my ministry and departments who have retired during the past year. I did indicate earlier that we have lost quite a bit of our workers on the estates in particular, because once they attain the age of 62, they leave, and of course they don't leave empty-handed, thanks to the caring CCM-led Nevis Island administration. And so in wrapping up, I want to say a special thanks once again to all who have assisted in the work of the ministry over the past 11 months. And I want to reiterate, Madam President, that I am in full support of the budget. Everything we do in this ministry is purpose-driven, and we are certainly building a sustainable future. And so I reiterate once again that I commend very highly the mover of the bill and the one who presented the budget address. And I think that over the years, Madam President, he has been doing an extraordinary job in terms of managing the affairs and managing the finances of Nevis. And what we would have heard presented in this budget and in this bill would ensure that we here on the island of Nevis, we continue to be prudent in terms of our government, We continue to look out for the affairs of the people of Nevis. We continue to put people first, because our mantra would always remain, people matter most. And so people remain the center of everything we do. Every action, every activity, people come first. Nevis comes first, Madam President. And that is why this administration, because we have been putting people first, because we have been putting Nevis first, that is why the people of Nevis will always continue to put their trust and confidence in this administration and in this CCM-led Nevis Island administration, Madam President. Once again, high commendation to the mover, and I give the bill every support. May it please you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Well within your time. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment until 1:30.
I recognize the member for Nevis 1.
Madam President, I rise to support the motion for the adjournment and reserve my right to speak.
Yes. Thank you. The question is that this sitting, this Honourable House, be adjourned until 1:30 p.m. today. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon, everyone. House will now resume its sitting. I recognize the member for Nevis 1.
Madam President, members on this side of the House, our invited guests in the gallery, persons who are listening and viewing this edition of this parliamentary sitting, certainly those who are home and abroad. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, we find ourselves here today to discuss a budget, in my humble estimation, born from responsibility. I would even dare say from foresight and, of course, a steadfast commitment to the well-being of every resident on the island of Nevis. As I lend my support to our island's budget 2026-2025, under the theme, building our sustainable future, I am reminded of the enduring truth, Madam President, that prosperity is built on the foundation of prudent stewardship. This budget reflects careful planning, disciplined spending, and targeted investments that will yield lasting dividends to our communities. The Economic Navigator's Creed guides us to invest where returns are tangible, to invest in people, and to invest in the future. I quote a long-standing principle that, and I quote, no generation should bear the burden of another's priorities. And with this in mind, we have prioritized essential services in education, in healthcare, in security, in agriculture, in transportation, and infrastructure, so that families can thrive and children can dream without constraints. Our plan, Madam President, allocates resources to roads that we feel will connect our villages, to schools that we feel will empower our youth, to agriculture to enhance our food security, to water so that we can sustain health and life, and to healthcare where we are expecting to be comforted and cured, Madam President. This budget will support small businesses, the lifeblood of our island's economy, because I believe that when small enterprises flourish, communities thrive. We must also safeguard the vulnerable, because compassion is not charity alone, but an investment in social cohesion. Madam President, I am persuaded that we will pursue innovation with prudence, embracing sustainable practices that protect our cherished landscapes and, of course, our fragile environment, while strengthening resilience against future shock. Hence, Madam President, the theme, building our sustainable future. Madam President, I am confident and optimistic that with partnership, this budget will do what it intends to do. That is, to translate values into progress and plans into tangible improvements for every citizen and resident on this island. Madam President, I will now commence my presentation in earnest with the Department of Physical Planning and Environment, whose mission is to develop and implement a comprehensive and integrated planning system that will establish the direction and framework for effective development planning and promote balanced growth and efficient resources utilization in achieving sustainable, see that word again? Sustainable development on the island of Nevis, and whose vision is to see the development of a planning process that ensures the sound development of land, safety of settlement, preservation and monitoring of valued environmental resources, and a planning system, I'm going to change a word in here, that we hope will be embraced by all. Madam President, as the development landscape on the island of Nevis changes exponentially, the manner in which the Department of Physical Planning and Environment monitors and controls this development has been the main focus for this fiscal year and will continue in 2026. I want us to consider for a moment the Nevian society of wanting results in a short period. We want it now. The department's response focuses on efficiency, accuracy, and compliance with the guiding legislative framework. To ensure this compliance, targeted consultation and public relations initiatives were implemented in 2025. These aided developers' comprehension of the requirements and necessary documents required for submission. And as a result, a general improvement in the turnaround time for development determination was realized. Madam President, we could not have realized a general improvement in the turnaround time for development determination without the various consultations with the necessary stakeholders. And I want to place on record, Madam President, my sincere thanks for their participation in the process. Also, in 2025, the department ensured that building capacity and improved legislative framework were also areas of focus for this year. Focus was also placed on our national and international commitments as per the newly enacted National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, NCEMA, the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, UNCBD, and the United Nations Framework for Climate Change Convention, UNFCCC. As the work, Madam President, that is undertaken by the Department of Physical Planning and Environment, in my belief, is grounded in and is granted legitimacy by law. A clear understanding of the legislative framework is crucial for both staff and, of course, Madam President, the public whom we serve. To improve knowledge and interpretation of the legislative documents that guides their work, weekly capacity building sessions were held with varying team members, which includes occasional engagements also with the Nevis Legal Department. Madam President, as mentioned earlier, consultation is being carried out targeting the general public and more specifically, recurrent developers and service providers who are often the first point of contact for prospective developers. It is our school of thought that if these service providers, engineers, and architects and surveyors, and environmental consultants, lawyers, are armed with the adequate information in relation to the requirements for development, efficiency in the determination process, Madam President, will of course increase. Madam President, it is our aim to surpass one of the objectives of the planning audience for a fair, open, accessible, timely and efficient determination process. We believe, Madam President, that we can continue to do better. In 2026, Madam President, to achieve that, we are hoping that we will be able to amend the planning ordinance and also the planning regulations that we hope will give some additional clarity to these legislative documents, Madam President. Madam President, while we engage with the necessary stakeholders, we also ensure that we do our own in-house development. And the planning department have tagged this particular session putting into practice of the skills and knowledge possessed by staff members. This, Madam President, allows for critical assessment of the process and eventual improved efficiency. It has become pertinent to increase knowledge and build capacity as an adaptive mechanism, Madam President, to a changing society, including, of course, that of climate change and its impact. As of such, Madam President, 85% of team members at Planning Department participated in workshops, conferences, and training sessions at national, regional, and international levels, with over 90% fully funded by regional and international partners. I believe the Minister of Finance would like to hear that. Yes. 90% funded, Madam President, by regional and international partners. 3 team members received in-person training in Taiwan, sponsored by the Taiwanese ICDF. Specialty areas covered photovoltaic technology, system design and load analysis, and energy management and policy planning, zero emission and carbon footprint calculations, and GIS and land management, net zero, and sustainable development. Madam President, all of these are language as it relates to sustainable development. I want to place on record my sincere thanks to the ICDF and, of course, the government of the Republic of China and Taiwan for their continuous contribution to our development. Over the past 2 years, the department has had the benefit from the skills, knowledge, and experience of Lai Cheng Wei, affectionately called Jack. I believe that they gave him a Nevis name because, like I, perhaps they could not have called his given name, Madam President. So we'll call him Jack. He has been instrumental in the development and outfitting of the Nevis Peak Interpretation Center, as well as providing critical work relating to biodiversity here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, the department also had the benefit of receiving training from experts in building sustainable and resilient cities. This in-person course was sponsored by the government of Singapore. Training, Madam President, that I believe is timely based on the proposed South Coast development. The training that they would have received, sponsored by the government of Singapore, will definitely come in very handy, Madam President, in the proposed development. Madam President, team members represented the Federation at the resumed COP16 to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity in Rome, the UN Climate Change Conference, or COP30, in Belém, Brazil, as well as several international forums related to biodiversity, conservation, land management, and sustainable development held in Panama, Belize, St. Lucia, Suriname, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. Madam President, the Department of Physical Planning and Environment were involved with a number of projects and international initiatives as it relates to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis's commitment to the 2040 Sustainable Development Goal and other international treaties. The department contributed and spearheaded several initiatives. Firstly, they supported the Land Degradation Neutrality Project that seeks to strengthen the enabling environment for the incorporation of the Land Degradation Neutrality Framework into land use plans in St. Kitts and Nevis and their effective implementation. This project covers several aspects of sustainable development goals, as well as our own sustainable island state agenda. It promotes zero hunger, which is directly tied to food security, sustainable communities, which is tied to sustainable settlements, clean water and sanitation, which is tied to water security and industry, innovation and infrastructure, which is tied to sustainable industry. In essence, Madam President, this project aims to eliminate or reduce the causes of contamination to our aquifers as a result of harmful social and economic activities. Reduce deforestation that causes soil erosion, affecting food production and danger to life and livestock. Reduce conflict between and among varied social, recreational, and economic activities, Madam President. Madam President, to achieve success with this project and with the overall planning agenda, it is imperative that developers adhere to guidance of the Nevis zoning plan map and other planning requirements, such as environmental studies. Madam President, our planning department were involved with closing the Caribbean Plastic Tap project. This initiative is a regional one, Madam President, launched in the fourth quarter of 2025 and implemented by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and it focuses on the problem of plastic waste leakage from island states such as St. Kitts and Nevis. The project proposing to demonstrate effective, quantifiable solutions to address recyclable and unrecyclable plastic waste. In essence, this is a fight against plastic pollution, Madam President. The main project outcomes are identifying solution for recyclable polymer in St. Kitts and Nevis, non-recyclable polymer solution implemented in St. Kitts and Nevis. C, advanced policy legislative action for effective management of plastic and plastic waste. Improved knowledge of plastic footprint in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam President. They were also involved with the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan, which is a requirement under the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity that each signatory party must develop and implement. The NBSAP is a strategic policy document which aims at providing direction at national level on the management and protection of biodiversity, Madam President. Madam President, for the island of Nevis, this update and implementation is all too important. These strategies and actions are cross-cutting and many linkages among sectors are highlighted. Biodiversity affects water production and quality of our water resource. It impacts and it is impacted by agricultural forestry practices. It plays a central role to our tourism product. It is the central nervous system for development of medicine, both traditional and modern, and is used to help reverse the impacts and effects of climate change. As part of these new NBSAPs, St. Kitts and Nevis echoed its commitment to fulfilling Target 3 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Target 3 of having at least 30% of terrestrial areas conserved by 2030. Madam President, I am pleased to announce that the Nevis Peak and Camps River Spring area was declared a protected area, thus allowing the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to surpass the 30% requirement of terrestrial area conserved. Madam President, we are 5 years ahead of schedule in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, St. Kitts and Nevis Improving Urban Resilience and Coastal Zone Management Project is being implemented with the main objective to advance climate action by enhancing the strategic framework and capacity for urban resilience and coastal zone management. The project, which is fully funded under the Green Climate Fund, has a 12-month duration from November 2025 and will address challenges and barriers as follows. On the urban sector, it will seek to address, Madam President, absence of urban resilient development functions within the physical planning authorities, limited data on reliance, awareness, and institutional coordination, limited understanding and analysis of financing models for the implementation of the Urban Resilience Plan, tools to conserve, protect, and shift to more water-efficient system in urban areas, Madam President. On the coastal zone side, it will seek to address, Madam President, the lack of dedicated management regime to regulate activities and enforcement of existing legislation and regulation for management of the use of coastal zone resources. Limited coordination and capacity for coastal zone management among government agencies. Lack of comprehensive baseline study on coastal zone management. Limited knowledge on the cause of the sargassum influx. Lack of comprehensive monitoring systems of national ecosystems and climate change impacts, amongst others, Madam President. Madam President, for the island of Nevis, we expect to see as the main deliverables the Charleston Urban Resilience Strategy and Plan, Finance Strategy for Urban Resilience and Plan for the City of Charlestown, financing strategies and models to fund the implementation of the Urban Resilience Plan, the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan, and the stakeholder consultation reports, Madam President. All of these, Madam President, are expected to be the outcome of this particular intervention. Madam President, the department has, in my humble estimation, successfully negotiated for the procurement and installation of water storage facilities, pumps and irrigation lines to supply water to sustain local farmers in the New River area, a 6,000 square feet shade house for propagation and local fruit trees, planting initiative for 40 acres of land in the Indian Castle area. I believe the Minister of Agriculture would like to hear that. You're happy to hear that? You hear how much acres? Yes. Madam President, our Department of Planning were intimately involved with other national and federal initiatives. The National Addressing System, launched earlier this year, is a federal initiative that is being implemented by the Post Office in both St. Kitts and Nevis, with support from the respective GIS units. This initiative is being done with the following objective: to create an addressing system for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis that provides a clear, logical system of street addresses throughout the Federation, to assign, document, and record primary addresses throughout St. Kitts and Nevis in a widely accessible national address system, and to enable this NAS to link with other systems, database, and applications that uses addresses throughout the government and other service providers, including the post office, utility providers, private delivery services, and others. And of course, Madam President, the general public. To standardize addresses, street names, place names, and postal codes across the Federation, providing guidance on uniform addressing for all. To provide for the ongoing and continual maintenance of the NAS by St. Kitts and Nevis personnel. Madam President, the support to be lent by our GIS unit include mapping to demonstrate road network systems as well as land parcels, and will manage the assignment of lot and building numbering as the project advances. Madam President, the 2025 Global Sustainable Island Summit, or GSIS 25, was a series of in-person events co-hosted by St. Kitts and Nevis, dedicated to advancing sustainable development on islands worldwide. The summit addressed pressing challenges confronting island communities, focusing on water sustainability and energy nexuses, agricultural resilience, and climate adoption, and climate health interactions, and of course, Madam President, geothermal energy. As part of this summit, the department planned and executed the Geothermal Energy Forum. And I'm proud to say, Madam President, they planned and executed the first ever climate finance for subnational island jurisdiction forum right here on the island of Nevis, Madam President. These were two massive successes, in my opinion. At the GEF, Nevis was afforded the opportunity to cement its commitment to sustainable development and clean and renewable energy with its ongoing geothermal energy development. Madam President, the climate finance segment for SNIJ brought together finance experts sharing insights on financial mechanisms that could potentially propel our geothermal energy development project. Madam President, as a means of compliance with the SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis approved and successfully enacted the Plastic Waste Reduction and Environmental Protection Act in 2024. This act controls and restricts the importation of single-use plastic to reduce the significant environmental impact of single-use plastics, including pollution of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, harm to wildlife, risk to human health, and contribution to the overall waste management crisis by promoting sustainable alternatives and safeguarding our natural resources for future generations. Madam President, the department was tasked with leading the public sensitization initiative in relation to the ban. And as such, public engagement sessions were successfully undertaken in the Memorial Square in Charlestown, the Agricultural Expo, and radio and television initiatives, all done by the department's team, Madam President. Madam President, our planning department was also involved with a number of local initiatives. The team members and by extension the department were engaged in a wide range of projects on the local level proposed by both the Nevis Island Administration and, of course, the private sector. As the agency which is ultimately responsible for development control, the department processed in excess of 265 building development applications, and over 65 land subdivision applications, totaling in excess of 400 acres of land. You hear how much land that is? I thought they were saying the other day that land scarce in Nevis. 65 land subdivision, totaling 400 acres of land, Madam President. Madam President, they were intimately involved with some major project concepts and environmental assessment here on the island of Nevis. Some of these include the Nevis geothermal project development, the Vance Army International Airport expansion, the NIA's poultry slaughtering facility, Northern Point Hotel development, Nisbet Plantation Beach Club redevelopment, Four Seasons condo development, Villa Paradiso Hotel extension, Metsi Beach Front Restaurant, Army Bakery Nevis, Nevis Peak Brewery Factory, Madam President. Let's stop at 10. Just stop at 10. Madam President, the development of our GIS unit within the department has been given much attention over the past 2 years. This unit has grown and currently has 3 full-time officers with support length from other planning officers. The mapping and data collection works carried out is an essential tool for decision-making and critical to international funding agencies when it comes to projects here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, we have had on occasion the unfortunate situation where you seek to approach outside donors, and when asked for certain bits of information and data, it is hard to come by. The GIS unit, Madam President, we believe will make that a thing of the past. The unit, as part of its daily work, lends support to the Water Resource Management Unit, the Public Works Department, the Nevis Water Department, the Inland Revenue Department, the Department of Agriculture, and the Nevis Disaster Management Office. Madam President, it is our expectation that within the next 2 years, this GIS unit will be collaborating with all government departments in relation to data collection and become the central repository for data storage for the island of Nevis Island Administration. Madam President, the notable achievement of this unit for 2025 included, and they said to me that they wanted to show off on both today. So they bought a few big screen and they put it up on the big screen. Madam President, the Nevis Road naming project. This project, Madam President, in my humble view, is a project that I believe will certainly enhance Nevis as we know it, Madam President. They would have gone through the various communities. They would have spoken to the various community leaders. They would have spoken to anyone who would listen to get an idea, Madam President, as to what some of these names were. And in cases where there were no names, they came up with some very creative names, Madam President. I saw a name on the list called, I believe it was Early Bird Way. Early Bird Way. And I smiled because I wonder, how did that name come about? I have a suspicion, Madam President. Madam President. Madam President, the names were collected from, of course, the various stakeholders across the various communities. and the project is approximately 95% completed. Madam President, I believe that for this project to be fully acceptable and completed, I, along with my cabinet colleagues, will discuss the findings and, of course, Madam President, give our assent to what has been provided. And I believe, Madam President, that we will be more than happy and willing to do so. Madam President, the GIS unit as well, they also did a community delineation project. We have been asked from time to time, where does Quaddock Road starts? Or where does Quaddock Road ends? And where does Ramsbury start? Madam President, we can go all around Nevis and we can find that. Where does Bath Village ends? And where does Prospect begins? And Madam President, the project aims to give some clarity to this question, and of course, throughout Nevis, where we have some similar questions that have been asked. The benefits of this community delineation and mapping project will offer much needed guidance to government agencies, private sector partners in determining more definitely the locations of public and private facilities as well as addresses. Madam President, we don't want when somebody call the ambulance, somebody tell them, go around the corner by a big stone and you will see the yellow house with a white gate, and if you are lucky, you might see 4 dogs in the yard. We want, Madam President, that when this project is completed and the ambulance or the fire responders and the first responders get a call, they can know exactly where to go, Madam President. Sorry? Of course. And of course, our emergency dispatchers, Madam President. The time that the emergency responder would have to ask, well, where? Around here? No, that could cost someone, Madam President, their life. And we are hoping that at the end of this exercise, that will be a thing of the past, Madam President. Madam President, in general, the department performed creditably for the fiscal year 2025. I am fully aware that there are a few vacancies that we are hoping that we will ensure that during 2026 we can have remedied, Madam President. For more detailed development, specifically application requirement and referral to the Development Advisory Committee, the department presented applications to the committee for advice within the month required, and final approval was given within 4 weeks. And I want to stick up in here because 4 weeks or 1 month, I believe that the legislation specify 90 days. I haven't read it for a while, but I believe that it's 90 days. And I believe if we can get it done in 4 weeks, I am still even hoping that we can get it down to 3 weeks. And then we can go down to 2 weeks. Madam President. Madam President, at this point, I want to certainly express my deep appreciation to our Development Advisory Committee. It is, in my mind, one of the committees on the island of Nevis that is trying to safeguard not only the future of Nevis, but also the way in which we develop our island. Sometimes it can be a thankless job, and sometimes they can become public enemies. But Madam President, I want to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to them for the yeoman service that they have done in 2025 and, of course, years past. And certainly want to give them my encouragement and my support as they continue to do this very wonderful job for the development of the island of Nevis. Madam President, I also want to thank the director, the deputy director, and of course, the entire team at our planning department, because they too oftentimes sometimes they get a little licks and some bad mouth and some bad talking here and there. But I want to say to them that the work that they are doing is certainly in protection of the island of Nevis and certainly to help the development of this beautiful island that we love so dearly. So I want to thank them, Madam President, for their stewardship. Madam President, of note, from December 2024 to November 2025, the department have seen some 355 applications that were submitted to our planning department. 287 approvals were granted. We have seen some 3,594 site visits by inspectors. We have seen, Madam President, some 550 visits by planning officers and netting a total revenue of 230. I don't like this figure. I think with all of this work, that figure should be. Sir? The Premier is in agreement that that figure should be higher. With all of this inspection and by the inspectors and officers and 3,594 site visits and 550 visits by planning officers, 230. Madam President, they have been working, Madam President. I want to end this section on planning to appeal to the people of Nevis in particular, that our planning department is not here to be an obstruction. Let me say it again. Our planning department is not here to be an obstruction. They are being guided by the necessary legislation and ordinance that they follow on a day-to-day basis. If it is that our planning department is asking for certain requirements, it is for the good of the public. It is for the good of the public. And I want to ask the public to kindly cooperate with our planning department. They are looking out for your best interests and the interests of the people of Nevis when it comes to development on the island of Nevis. They are not here as an obstruction. They are here to help you develop your project, your development, whatever it is that you are trying to do in a sustainable way, Madam President. So I want to appeal to the public and ask them to cooperate and work with our planning department. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to our Nevis Disaster Management Department. As in 2025, they would have successfully concluded a dynamic and impactful work program. Over the course of the year, the department prioritized the expansion of its volunteer base and the enhancement of community-level preparedness and response mechanism. A strong emphasis was placed on gender-sensitive public education and outreach, fostering well-informed communities and reinforcing partnerships at local, regional, and international levels. Despite fiscal constraints, support from regional and local partners enabled the mobilization of critical resources to strengthen training programs and upgrade emergency communication platforms. These contributions highlighted the power of collaboration in addressing the complex challenges posed by climate change and environmental hazards, particularly within small island developing states like ours. Madam President, looking ahead, the Country Work Program must continue to advance the comprehensive disaster management agenda, broadening its reach to build capacity across communities and all sectors. Key tools such as the National Disaster Preparedness Baseline Assessment, a data-driven framework for risk assessment and resilience building, and UNICEF's Child Climate Risk Index disaster risk model, which evaluates the layered risk climate change poses to children, families, communities, and underscore the Nevis disaster management commitment to leveraging evidence-based models not only for diagnostics but as catalysts for action, Madam President. These efforts ensure that no child or community is left behind in the pursuit of climate resilience. This strategic direction will continue to mitigate risk and strengthen resilience across the island. Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management Act, Chapter 19.06, 31st December 2020, number 5 of 1998, the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 19.19.02, 31st December 2020, number 15 of 1967, and the Nevis Disaster Plan of 2017 provides the legal and operational framework to support the disaster management framework. And why am I reading or highlighting these various pieces of legislation, Madam President? Why? It is oftentimes, Madam President, that when the Nevis Disaster Management seek to implement certain initiatives and certain programs, there are those who may want to ask, do you have the standing to implement some of these initiatives and programs? And I am here to say, Madam President, that the Nevis Disaster Management Plan and the various pieces of legislation gives our Nevis Disaster Management Department full authority in doing and implementing the necessary programs. Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management Department continues to implement its work program within the constraints of allocated budgetary resources. These includes policy development, coordination, building resilience, which includes development of disaster plan, training, exercises, public information, and education, Madam President. Madam President, we continue to receive the support of our international partners, despite some of the rhetoric that is coming from our big brother across the pond. There are still certain arms, Madam President, that are willing to contribute to the Nevis disaster management. And one such entity, the Global Support and Development, approved a grant of US $40,000 to the Nevis Disaster Management Department. This funding is designated to support program continuity and strengthening partnerships in the delivery of disaster preparedness training initiatives. Madam President, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Nevis Disaster Management Department, with support from UNICEF, has developed its own Child Climate Risk Index disaster risk model. It is an innovative UNICEF framework designed to assess and address the multifaceted risk that climate change and environmental hazard poses to children, their families, and communities in the Twin Island Federation. Recognizing the inherent climate vulnerabilities of small island states and that children are among the most vulnerable population groups in the face of climate-related threats, the CCRI-DRM aims to qualify these risks and highlight areas where innovation is most needed. And Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management has proudly earned the prestigious title of Best Disaster Preparedness Information Platform in 2025. Let me say it again. The Nevis Disaster Management Department has proudly earned the prestigious title of Best Disaster Preparedness Information Platform in 2025. Madam President, that is a significant accomplishment, Madam President. Madam President, at the heart of the Nevis disaster management's success is its 12-month multi-hazard public awareness campaign, which empowers schools, churches, and businesses with the information of what to do during and after the impact of multi-hazard. Residents are also provided with timely, accurate, and actionable information via our website, www.ndmd.kn. That's www.ndmd.kn. Our social media pages, mobile app, ndmd.kn, and local radio stations. The department also engages the community through interactive events, such as public quiz and training workshop designed to boost knowledge and encourage proactive disaster planning. Madam President, between the 11th to the 20th of February 2025, the Nevis Disaster Management, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, carried out the distribution of emergency response kits, along with hand sanitizers and face masks, to all secondary schools, primary schools, and public preschool across the island of Nevis. And I want to thank the Ministry of Health for that partnership, Madam President. This initiative aimed to strengthen emergency preparedness within our educational institution and reduce the impact of hand, foot, and mouth disease and seasonal influenza among the student population. The successful execution of this effort was made possible through a generous donation from the US-based non-governmental organization called Direct Relief. I think we probably need to tap more into those non-governmental organizations. Madam President, I am happy to report that 2 staff members who joined the department in 2020 as interns under the Skills Training Empowerment Program, or STEP, were formally appointed to the public service during this 2025 fiscal year. I want to say to them, Madam President, how happy I am, because I know that this was a desire for these 2 individuals in particular, Madam President. Madam President, the appointments are, in my mind, a testimony to their hard work, their dedication, their productivity, and the personal sacrifices that they made throughout their tenure with the department. And while we, I believe, have other STEP workers across the service, I am hoping that, like these 2 individuals, that others can exhibit these qualities, Madam President, and perhaps be brought on onto the service as well. Madam President, Mrs. Hazel Simpson, who have served as a janitor for the past 9 years, will officially retire at the end of December in 2025. I want to use this rostrum to express, of course, my sincere thanks to Mrs. Simpson, who have always kept our Department of the Nevis Disaster Management spanking clean. You don't normally see her, but you can sense, Madam President, that that facility has always been clean and tidy once she was the janitor at that particular facility. Madam President, Mrs. Jennifer Weeks, a distinguished volunteer who served as district chair and shelter manager for the parish of St. Thomas's, has announced her retirement after more than 34 years of dedicated volunteer service. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Madam President, she has been doing this job while the junior minister was yet an infant. 34 years, Madam President, of dedicated district chair and shelter manager for the parish of St. Thomas's. I want to congratulate Mrs. Jennifer Weeks for her stewardship. And certainly, Madam President, certainly want to wish her happy retirement from that particular task in the St. Thomas's area, Madam President. Madam President, I am also happy to report that in 2025, the Nevis Disaster Management Department did not let me rephrase that. There were no search and rescue mission for the whole of 2025. Or reported to the Nevis Disaster Management. And I'm going to get to why, Madam President. I'm going to get to why. Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management continues to work in close collaboration with the Ministry of Health, hoteliers, hikers, taxi operators, and tour operators to implement and enforce the Nevis hiking and tour guide policy. Bearing fruit, Madam President, nobody is getting lost on any nature trail because with the partnership of the Nevis Disaster Management, with the various stakeholders, persons are adhering to what is being taught to them and how the necessary information is being imparted. These standardized measures are designed to enhance trail safety and minimize the risk of individuals becoming lost, injured, or missing while exploring the island's natural landscape. So, Madam President, a simple initiative, and already in 2025, they were not engaged in any search and rescue mission as it relates to anyone going off trail. Madam President, the Atlantic hurricane season, 2025. On May 22nd, 2025, forecasters at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, National Weather Service predicted a 60% chance of above normal hurricane activity in the Atlantic Basin for this year. The forecast includes 13 to 19 named storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, 3 to 5 major hurricanes. This outlook aligns with the earlier forecast issued by the Colorado State University on April 3rd, 2025. As of 5 a.m. on the 2nd of November 2025, the North Atlantic Hurricane Season Summary recorded 13 tropical cyclones, all of which intensified into named storms. 5 storms strengthened into hurricanes, 4 of which became major hurricanes: Erin, Gabrielle, Humberto, and Melissa. Oh, Melissa. Melissa were the major hurricanes. Madam President, we saw for Erin maximum winds of 160 miles per hour. Gabrielle, 138 miles per hour. Humberto, 61 miles per hour. And Melissa, 185 miles per hour. Sustained, Madam President. Madam President, Hurricane Melissa's 185 miles per hour wind make it the second strongest storm in terms of wind speed in the Atlantic history. trailing only behind Hurricane Allen of 190 miles per hour. That was in 1980. Madam President, it is tied with 4 other storms as the second strongest storm in history by wind speed. The island of Nevis experienced no significant impact from the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. And Madam President, we just attended a Thanksgiving church service at the Charlestown Methodist Church, thanking God for sparing us during this 2025 hurricane season. And Madam President, I want to suggest to all of our people that over the next few days, in their quiet time, that they must do likewise. They must bruise their knees and thank their Creator God for protecting us and sparing us in 2025. Make time for it. Our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, Madam President, have gone through a terrible time from this Hurricane Melissa. It could have been us. It could have been us. But thank to God, it wasn't. Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management Department saw quite a number of training programs in 2025. In April, they saw training in school safety for early childhood. Also in April, they saw training for shelter and shelter management. In May, they saw training in damage assessment needs analysis. In June, training in trauma-free world, psychological training. In June, community disaster communications, ambassador orientation training workshop. Also in June, we saw initial damage assessment and report writing workshop. In July, we saw the Nevis Drone Operators Civil Aviation Regulation Awareness Meeting. Minister, you was a part of that? No? Madam President, in July, we saw the World Academy of Safety and Health First Aid CPR AED training. In July also, we saw the Prime Minister's Hurricane Simulation Exercise. In August, we saw the summer safety camp. And in October, we saw trauma-free world psychosocial training. And in November and December, we saw the ongoing CERT Community Emergency Response Team training, Madam President. Madam President, also the communication units were engaged in the multi-hazard public awareness campaign from January to October. We saw in January, Madam President, the Charlestown Primary partnered with the Wesleyan Holiness Church to deal with the hazard of earthquake. In February, we saw the St. James's Primary School in collaboration with the Ebenezer United Church that dealt with landslide. In March, we saw the St. Thomas's Primary School partner with the Seventh-day Adventist Church that dealt with tsunamis. In April, we saw the Joycelyn Liebert Primary partner with the Church of God that dealt with volcano. In May, we saw the Nevis Academy partnering with the Eden Brown Church of God that dealt with drought. In June, we saw the Ivor Walters Primary School partnering with the Methodist Church that dealt with hurricane. In July, we saw the Maud Cross Preparatory partner with the Shiloh Baptist Church that dealt with excessive heat. In August, we saw the Montessori Academy partner with the Anglican Church that dealt with coastal erosion. In September, we saw the Elizabeth Primary School partner with the New Testament Church that dealt with flood. And in October, we had the comprehensive disaster management where all schools and all faith-based groups were involved. Madam President, I want to turn very quickly to the Nevis Multi-Hazard Resilience Project. And this seeks to modernize the environmental monitoring of multi-hazard early warning systems on the island of Nevis. This initiative aims to build resilience against climate-related disasters by enhancing the monitoring and response capabilities of the Nevis Disaster Management Department and improving conditions with NEMA, that is the National Emergency Management Agency, Regional Meteorological Services, and SEDEMA. Madam President, the Nevis Disaster Management Department were engaged in a number of overseas forums. They participated in the Soufriere Hills Volcano Conference held in Montserrat on the 14th to the 18th of July. This special event commemorated 30 years of volcanic activity at the Soufriere Hills volcano and brought together a diverse group of scientists, disaster risk professionals, policymakers, and community leaders. The conference served as a reminder to reflect on the past 3 decades. Been 30 years already, Madam President? The conference served as a platform to reflect on the past 3 decades, shared critical lessons learned, and chart a path forward for volcanic risk management. Madam President, going forward, it is our intention to strengthen community-based volunteerism through the formal identification and appointment of disaster management district chairpersons across all parishes. We still have a slight weakness in that, Madam President, and we are hoping that we can deal with that issue in the new year. We want, Madam President, to also deal with the growing reliance on digital platforms for disaster risk communication. The Nevis Disaster Management Department social media channels have become essential tools for early warning, preparedness, and emergency response, effectively bridging the gap between authorities and the public. Madam President, to enhance these capabilities, the Nevis Disaster Management is prioritizing the modernization of its disaster management website and social media platform, along with a full revamp of the digital operations and communication center. These improvements will ensure more efficient, timely, and accessible communications during emergencies. Madam President, we are also seeking to develop a regional data quality management system to ensure consistency across Caribbean networks, supporting cross-border hydrological and infrastructural planning, Madam President. Madam President, I want to highlight one final section in the Nevis disaster management achievement or accomplishment in 2025. In 2025, we saw an enhanced communication and emergency response with generous funding support from the Global Support and Development. The Nevis Disaster Management Department has significantly enhanced its emergency response communication capabilities. Through this initiative, the department has acquired a range of critical communication equipment, including UHF and VHF handheld and base radios for emergency shelter facilities, installed VHF repeaters at Saddle Hill and Round Hill, radio roam consoles to improve coordination and dispatch operations, cable trays to support the infrastructure of the VHF and UHF radio network, 2 satellite phones for resilient off-grid communications, a satellite BGAN terminal for reliable broadband connectivity in remote or disrupted areas, and a Starlink satellite system to ensure high-speed internet access during emergencies. Why I went through all of that, Madam President, is because the recent hurricane in Jamaica, again, have highlighted that communication is important. and our Nevis Disaster Management Department have shown that they continue to be ahead of the game by installing these pieces of communication equipment, that in the event, if needed, that we can indeed communicate with the outer world, Madam President. I want, Madam President, to offer my sincere thanks and congratulations to the director, the deputy director, and certainly the entire staff at our Nevis Disaster Management Department for their continued hard work in 2025 and in the past. I certainly want to wish them all the very best, Madam President, in this coming fiscal year. Certainly want to thank them for their stewardship. Madam President, I turn very quickly to our Department of Labor, whose mission is to monitor and regulate relationships between employers and employees in an effort to promote industrial peace and harmony at the workplace, thus ensuring job security and employment stability. In 2025, the department were mandated once again to play an integral role in acting as an employment service agency, in ensuring that both research and statistics were provided, in enhancing policy and labor relations, in social protection, in occupation, safety and health, in international labor relations, and of course, Madam President, public education. The department contributed significantly as a member of the Caribbean Community Skilled National Committee, the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, and the National Tripartite Committee. Our employment agency continues to connect job seekers with potential employers. And Madam President, to register, job seekers must first visit the Labor Department office. And I want to stick up in here that I'm hoping that during the course of 2026, we will be able to facilitate this application online. They must seek to visit the office, complete the application form, which I'm hoping we can get sorted out to have done online next year, submit their resume along with a valid photo ID. Non-nationals who are seeking employment are required to present their passport as proof to allow them to legally work in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Vacant position can be viewed on the department's Facebook page. The department, that is the Department of Labor on Nevis. The employment agency also offers resume writing and editing services and interview preparation session to help job seekers present themselves professionally. Madam President, in 2025, the Nevis Labor Department conducted a series of inspections. And the areas that they inspected were diverse areas in banking, in the financial sector, statutory corporation. See that they're inspecting the government units them too. Madam President, yeah, they're doing their work. Statutory corporation, 2. I believe is 2 we have, 3 we have. Nevis and solid waste. Madam President, in 2025, they were engaged in 15 inspections across the various sectors. They were also engaged, Madam President, in a number of labor disputes. 91 to be exact. 91 disputes in 2025. disputes in the area of agriculture, in the hotel, in the restaurant sector, in transportation and in telecommunication, Madam President. And the dispute types, there were 140 dispute types. Dismissals or termination. Madam President, I see 0 next to harassment, and I like that. I like that. Because it is showing, well, I have to be careful here. It is either that the harassment are not being recorded or reported. So the Minister of Social Services is nodding her head. So I'm going to walk that back. I'm going to walk it back. Harassment, 0, none. But is that really what is happening? Or is it that our people are afraid to report when they are being harassed? Madam President, holiday pay, they sought to resolve those issues, resignation issues, 140 disputes arbitrated by our Labor Department, Madam President. They sought, Madam President, to ensure that persons who are due severance payment receive their rightful due. And in 2025, they were able to ensure that some $906,835.14 were paid out, Madam President. Long service gratuity, they were also instrumental in ensuring that $545,395.81 were payable, Madam President. Madam President, the Nevis Labor Department in 2025 were instrumental in ensuring that labor relations on the island of Nevis between employer and employee were kept at a manageable state, Madam President. And I want to commend them for ensuring that the relationship between employer and employees, Madam President, were kept at a manageable state. Madam President, the Nevis Labor Department were very instrumental in the Canada Caribbean Seasonal Agriculture Workers Program conference that was held here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We saw, descending on the shores of St. Kitts and Nevis, representatives from the Canadian Farmers Association, from members of the government of Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, and of course host country St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadine. The Department of Labor, Madam President, continued to work in collaboration with the Ministry of Employment and Labor, St. Kitts, to recruit interested persons for this program. The annual review meeting that took place in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis on November 10th to the 14th was indeed a tremendous success. About 60 delegates visited the island of Nevis. This included Caribbean delegates, Canadian officials, and of course Canadian farm employers. And they would have been treated, Madam President, to a number of our historical sites, like the Nevis Hydro Garden, the Nevis Heritage Village, the Bath Stream, and of course, our famous and much sought after Pinnis Beach area. Madam President, I want to take this opportunity as I close with the Nevis Labor Department to express my sincere thanks to the head of that department, Mrs. Juliet O'Loughlin, I'm forgetting her married name, for being the head of that department. And of course, Madam President, the entire staff for the hard work that they would have done throughout 2025. And we are certainly looking forward, Madam President, to their continued service in 2026. Madam President, I turn very quickly to our post office. Madam President, our post office is a vital part of our community and by extension, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's a lifeline for connectivity and a symbol of essential public service, where we seek to provide a quality service to the public by delivering and dispatching mails and effecting money transfers safely, swiftly, and of course with integrity. It is our intention to become the leader in offering competitive, high-quality postal-related services on Nevis, and of course, Madam President, in the delivery of package as well. As we seek to provide optimal customer satisfaction, our pilot project for our internal management system or our counter automation is still ongoing and is expected to be fully operational in early 2026. This automation system will elevate the operations and create a more efficient and timely customer service experience. Testing of the application and training for management and staff are presently ongoing and is expected to be completed very shortly. We continue, Madam President, to ensure personal individual development, as that is important in enhancing the worker experience and, of course, the customer interaction at our post office. Madam President, for employees, we seek to foster a sense of value, provide career advancement opportunities, and enhance overall job satisfaction as, of course, their well-being. Madam President, for 2025, we have had a number of on-staff training initiative where a number of our staff members would have been certified, for example, in first aid, in health, in trauma care, in disaster risk reduction, and of course in a wide range of other courses conducted not only by our Nevis disaster facilities, but also overseas. Madam President, in 2024, we saw an inflow in terms of revenue collection of $448,912.25. That is for the period January to September. And for the same period this year, 2025, we saw $693,25.84. What percentage increase that is, Minister? 448 and 690. Those are the two numbers. Madam President, that's all like 50-something percent. It's about how much? 55%? 55% increase. Madam President, the U.S. Mail Courier Service and Postal Stamp contributed mainly to the overall increase in revenue for the period ending 2025. Madam President, when we look at the highlights for 2025, the Nevis Post Office does not only focus on business operations, but also they ensure that they engage in some social club and other activities with their Caribbean counterparts. 9 of the workers would have traveled to Panama for Easter weekend, where they engage in numerous activities over several days. A cultural night where Nevis was showcased as a tourist destination, with a fabulous display of tourist sites to explore, hotels and our cultural display of troops, masquerade, calypso, and many more art forms. Madam President, they not only sell stamps, but they also market the island of Nevis. Madam President, we ended our postal celebration this year with the celebration of two centenarians, Mrs. Evelyn Brown of Prospect and Mrs. Geraldine Berry of Church Ground. Our two latest centenarians who were honored, Madam President, with a stamp issue in their honor. And it so happens, Madam President, that this is our 5th edition of recognizing our centenarians. I asked the question the other day as to why is it that, and Madam Minister of Social Services is going to help me out here. How is it that all of these honorees are, let me rephrase that, most of these honorees happen to be female? What is it that our male folk are not doing? Madam President, the Minister of Social Services are saying to us that the female are living longer because they are getting married. No.
The men are not living as long because they are not getting married.
Madam President, good karma, good karma. I want to perhaps then give some advice to the male folk who are listening, that they must take the advice of our Minister of Social Services and find a wonderful partner and get married so that they can live to the rightful age of 100. Amen. The females are doing it, and based on the advice of our Minister of Social Services, that is one of the ingredients as to why is it that they are living much longer than our male folk. Madam President, I believe I'm running out of time. Yes. Madam President, I want to use those 4 minutes and then perhaps seek the indulgence of my fellow parliamentarians and member opposite to offer me an additional half hour to finish. Madam President, I want to thank the staff at our post office. But I want to particularly, Madam President, thank the recently retired Deputy Postmaster, Mrs. Rhonda Fobbs Williams, for the leadership, for showing leadership of that institution for well over 10 years. I believe, Madam President, that she would have left a legacy that I believe that those who will follow after would seek to emulate. I also want to encourage the new incoming person who would have now occupied that space, and encourage all of the staff members to work with the new and incoming individual, Mrs. Marva Paris, who have sought to take on the challenge. I believe, Madam President, that you have different personalities and things would flow differently. Persons will relate to individuals differently. But I believe at the end of the day, the mission and the goal is the same, to provide a service to the people of Nevis. So I want to thank Mrs. Williams, and I feel kind of funny calling her Mrs. Williams because she's my niece. I don't know. Anyway, Mrs. Williams, my niece, for As it were, moving on, Madam President, I believe that she would have served the island of Nevis well and served the people of Nevis well. So I certainly want to wish her happy retirement as she take on different challenges in her life. Madam President, I believe I'm out of time. Maybe...
You just have a matter of seconds, so you can probably put the question.
Is it possible, Madam President, that I can be allotted another 30 minutes? I still have some ways to go. I will take all of it, but I don't think I'll use all of it.
The question is that the honourable member be granted an extension of 30 minutes within which to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And Madam President, I want to turn now to our water sector. And I want to start with our Integrated Water Resource Management Unit, who are spearheading our water drilling exercise here on the island. We have sought, Madam President, to conduct some drilling exercise here on the island, and we have met with some significant success. We have also, Madam President, also met with some challenges and difficulties, as expected in this type of business. Madam President, we sought to drill a well in the Descents area, which suffered some cave-in at the top at the water table, and the work had to be postponed as additional equipment was sought to remove the stock installation tubes. The removal effort failed, and we literally had to abandon that particular site, Madam President. We then went on to the Braziers well site area, where we would have also met a depth of where we would have seen water, and we also experienced some difficulty at that well as well. The well would have been producing some 20 gallons per minute, which was not what we were expecting. And it also emitted some gases that we thought that we did not want to compromise the safety and the health of anyone. So we would have sealed that off and abandoned that particular site. We would have gone back, Madam President, to the Descents area, where we are now forging ahead to hopefully get to a depth of over 800 feet at that new area. Madam President, we saw in 2025 some water loggers installation, and these water loggers are extremely important. 4 additional data loggers were installed in Cotton Ground Gut in the area of Butler's Tree, down the Butler's Figure 3, down the lane from the Butler's Police Barrack, Madden's Tree at Pump Station opposite the St. James's Primary School, and Hickman's number 3. Madam President, the Integrated Water Resource Management Unit is currently engaged with the Chance Water Project. And this is a project, Madam President, that we are hoping that we will have some significant output for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We are expecting that we will see the national legislation and regulations reform to support transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient water sector within the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We are hoping that we will be able to develop a national policy to support transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient water sector. And we are hoping, Madam President, that we will see development as it relates to climate and disaster risk management framework for drought management. We also, Madam President, are hoping that we will see the institutional strengthening and capacity building as it relates to the transition to low-carbon, climate-resilient water sector in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, they have done some collaborative work with the Ministry of Agriculture as it relates to Sustainable Land Development Project, which is under the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and also the Climate Resilient Agriculture and also the development and restoring surface water sources for some of the agricultural areas in the river. Minister of Agriculture, you see, we're partnering, we're working together. Yeah. Madam President, I now turn to the water department itself per se. In 2025, the Nevis Water Department completed a number of projects. At the Madden's Site 5, we saw the connection to the Madden's tank with some 700 feet of 4-inch HDPE pipes. At Madden's 3, we saw a pump line that was replaced with some 2,000 feet of HDPE 4-inch pipe. We saw, Madam President, the present road construction at the Morgan Estate, some 1,752 4-inch PVC pipe. We saw, Madam President, at the Morning Star Housing Development, some 1,700 feet of 4-inch pipes. And we saw, Madam President, that the Spring Hill tank site that is presently being fenced. Madam President, in April, in and around April, Madam President, we embark on the road enhancement project in the Morgan Estate. And the Nevis Water Department would have been very instrumental in ensuring that that development saw the upgrade of the 4-inch PVC water lines, and of course, the necessary service connection. Madam President, we are hoping that during the first quarter of 2026, that project will be completed. That is the road construction with the necessary pipe infrastructure in that particular project. Madam President, we saw in 2026 a significant upgrade of our SCADA system. This year, we saw successful completion and upgrade and installation of the SCADA monitoring system. All major water tanks and pumping stations, including sites such as Stony Hill, Spring Hill, and others, are now equipped with real-time monitoring technology. What this is saying, Madam President, that someone at the Water Department can stay in the comfort of their living room and give real-time information as it relates to our water storage capacity on the island of Nevis, Madam President. We have now moved away from someone having to go and physically check and measure and see exactly what the levels are in the tank. Sometimes the tank is empty and they are not even aware. So that, Madam President, is now a thing of the past. This allows us to observe water levels, pump operations, and overall system performance live and in real time. As a result, we are able to respond more quickly to operational issues, troubleshoot remotely, and improve decision-making across the network. Madam President, there are times when the former manager of Four Seasons, who is now deceased, and may God rest his soul, would call either myself or perhaps the premier in the middle of the night, both asking and requesting for additional water. And at times, Madam President, we have to make some necessary checks which can take some time before we can adequately respond. With this upgrade of our SCADA system, we can now give real-time response, Madam President. Madam President, in 2025, there have been fewer leaks compared to 2024. That is extremely important. Our maintenance teams are dispatched daily to fix these leaks. There are 2 maintenance teams scheduled, Madam President, and we are indeed delighted that while there have been fewer leaks in 2025, it is the intention and the hope of our water department that they can still be very responsive to these leaks, even though that there are fewer. As of year to date, the Nevis Water Department also saw the replacement of a number of meters here on the island of Nevis. There were some meters, Madam President, that were just not recording as accurately as we would like, perhaps, and in some cases, customers were getting more water than they were actually paying for. And we were able to remedy some of those situations, Madam President. Madam President, I am going to say something here that I hope I did not have to say, but I'll say it. The Nevis Water Department has collected a total of $660,000. $660,137.56 from disconnections. Madam President, I don't like the idea, Madam President, of having to disconnect, that our water department have to disconnect people. But I went and do a little digging, Madam President, in my preparation for this budget. And for water arrears on the island of Nevis, we have over $2.6 million in water arrears on the island of Nevis. Madam President, I will say this, that I want to make an appeal to our people that the water infrastructure on the island of Nevis is an expensive undertaking. And the department continue to appeal, the department continue to encourage, the department continue to offer payment plan, try everything to get people to pay their water bill. Madam President, a water connection is up for disconnection after 3 months. 3 months. But yet still, Madam President, $2.6 million. Cheapest water. Perhaps the most reliable supply of water around. I'm going to use perhaps. I know why I use perhaps. I'm begging, Madam President, for our people to pay their water bill. Water department is in need of vehicles, pickup. We have to purchase certain chemicals and things for treat our water. We are presently engaged in a water drilling exercise. Millions of dollars. We have a water tank that is on its way somewhere in the ocean that is going to arrive in Nevis very shortly. Another $1-point-something million. We have pipes that we are been trying to pay for to do the job up in Taylor's Pasture for the longest while. We have water meters that have moved from 80 US to almost 200 US per meter. We have just signed an agreement to do a little aerial survey. Another what, 40 plus, 50 plus US dollars. Madam President, you know, I'm begging our people to please pay their water bills. And when they don't pay their water bill and they get disconnected, they go to the water department and they use all kind of foul language at the workers at the water department. Madam President. Madam President, like I said, our infrastructure, we have tank at Morgan Estate, Stony Hill, Morning Star, Hamilton, Pan Hill, Fotogills, Maddens, Camps, Spring Hill, with a total capacity of water storage on the island of some 3.387 million gallons of storage capacity. That is what the government have put in, to make sure 3,387,000 gallon of storage capacity water on the island of Nevis. And I'm begging our people to pay their water bill. And in another month, we will install another 500,000 gallon tank. Madam President, I'll move on. I'll move on. Madam President, in 2025 to date, we have seen a collection of just over $7,200,000 for water revenues. And I am expecting that in 2025, we will definitely exceed our revenue collection of 2024, which was $7.664 million. And if this $2.6 million were paid up, then we definitely would be hitting the $10 million mark. And then I would not have to go to cabinet and bawl and beg and plead for any monies for anything to do with water if people were to pay their bills. Madam President, I would move now to the Public Works Department. And 2025, Madam President, was not as robust as we would have liked. We saw, Madam President, that 2025, due to various circumstances, shifting priorities, some constraint in terms of some of our seasoned workers who would have retired. So we are in that adjustment phase. We are hoping, Madam President, that in 2026, we will be able to once again ramp up some of the work that we have had languishing for quite a number of years. Madam President, we are presently in the process of doing the road in the Morgan Estate. And we are hoping that that project will be completed in the first quarter of 2026. We have seen, Madam President, some upgrade with some of our drainage. We have done some drainage work in the Brown Hill area. We have done some drainage work in Brown Pasture. We are contemplating of doing some in the Prospect area. And Madam President, I was not present on Wednesday, but I listened, Madam President, to the member for number 5, making the plea for some work to be done over in St. Thomas's, to the bottom of Jessops to be exact. And I want to say to the member for Nevis number 5 that I feel that perhaps she is in very good company, because the other lady from St. Thomas's have also been making that same plea to have that situation at the bottom of Jessops finally rectified. Madam President, we have looked at that situation, the engineers, public works, and we are facing what I call a real challenge. The area is extremely flat. The drainage is, or how the drainage is proving to be challenging. I believe in the last couple of months, the public works would have advised that they have come up with a solution, which we will implement in the new year. I also want to say to the people of Paradise, on the entrance of Barnsgate, there have also been a long-standing issue in that area of stagnant water. A situation not of our own making, but a situation that we have been working assiduously to try and resolve. It has been a long-standing issue that if fair-minded people are to sit around the table and come to an agreement, we can have that issue remedied within a month. I will say that on that matter, Madam President. Madam President, the member as well for Nevis number 5 also spoke about bathroom facilities at the Cotton Ground playing field. And again, she is in good company, because the other lady from that side, who is on this side and who will be on this side, have also been making that case as well. And we have already assured her, and I will assure you that that situation will be dealt with in 2026. Madam President, I will not elaborate too much on the Public Works Department accomplishment. And I apologize to the team at Public Works, and here's why. Because I believe that the Public Works output is visible for everybody to see. Sometimes it is not like disaster or post office or labor that where a lot of this stuff is hidden. I believe if we are honest enough, and if we are true to ourselves, and you drive around Nevis, you can see the footprint and the handprint of our Public Works Department. Their work, Madam President, speaks for themselves. And I would say to the Public Works Department, first of all, I apologize for running out of time. But I will simply allow your work to speak for itself. Madam President, I want to suggest to the good member for Nevis number 5, the issue in Jessops, we will look at that and deal with that in 2026. We also have been looking at the area of Clifton, Colquhoun area, to try and remedy that road, that dirt road area there. I spoke about the Paradise Barnsgate situation. We are presently about to commence some works in the Jessops area, and the bathroom at the Cotton Ground playing field, we definitely would give that some attention in the new year. In the St. James's area, we have had a long-standing issue with some drainage in the Whitehall area. We are definitely looking at that in the new year. We have a situation in the area to the back of the Newcastle police station where we have to build a bridge and lift the road. We will intend to deal with that in the new year. We have had a request from the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation to do some work at the University Heights Housing Development, and we are hoping that we can partner with the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation to bring that to fruition. In St. George's, we are looking at ensuring that in 2026 we will see the construction of the Taylor's Pasture Road. We intend to deal with the Central Road area. I believe that the team may have been there actually today to start some excavation, and of course the Webb's Ground area. Madam President, the mover of the budget would have highlighted a number of other roads that we intend to take on in 2026. I would add as well that in St. John's, we hope to do some drainage work in the Prospect area. Madam President, I leave St. Paul's for last. And I hope I have
5 minutes.
That's adequate time. That's adequate time. Madam President, I am happy to report that with the consent and the approval of my cabinet colleagues, that we have engaged with 2 property owners in Lower Government Road, where we will purchase a property and a piece of neighboring lands. I believe that the legal department is concluding those purchase and sale agreements, and we are hoping to have that transaction concluded very shortly. The idea, Madam President, is to convert this property to a community center and a hurricane shelter in St. Paul's. We have sought to purchase some lands in the Ramsbury area, and the land prices have proven to be inordinately high. Madam President, we will ensure that in 2026 that the constituency of St. Paul's will have its own community center. Also, Madam President, we are also looking at the fencing of the Ramsbury playfield, and as the Cotton Ground playing field, we will see some bathroom facilities as well at the Ramsbury playfield. Madam President, we would seek to do some drainage work in Ramsbury, where there are some issues when it comes around flooding, and we are hoping to do some of that in the new year. Madam President, I want to end there. Well, not end there, I have no choice, I have to stop. To thank the Permanent Secretary acting and the Assistant Permanent Secretary. I also want to thank, Madam President, my cabinet colleagues for the wonderful working relationship that we have had in 2025. Have been challenging. We have had some long hours, and we have had some frank exchanges. But I believe, Madam President, all of those have been to the best, for the best interest and for the betterment of the people of Nevis. I want to thank all of the workers in the Ministry of Communication and Works and the various subheads for their partnerships over the past year. We have, in my mind, one of, if not the best team in government. And I hold no water in my mouth for saying it. Madam President, I want to thank them because they tell it to me like it is, and we have that relationship. And I really want to thank them, Madam President, for ensuring that all that we do and all that we seek to do is to the benefit of the people of Nevis. Madam President, I would end by saying that I fully support and endorse this budget. And I want to wish this budget, Madam President, safe passage through this honorable House. May it please.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your indulgence, please, Ms. Williams. somebody seconded the motion, and our note doesn't reflect that it was seconded. So if before the wrap-up, we can actually have it being seconded, and then we can continue with the wrap-up. That's the motion for the second reading. Yes.
Madam President, I beg to move a motion for the second reading of this Honorable House, to second the motion
Right.
for the second reading of this Honorable Bill before the House.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis too.
Madam President, I rise to wrap up the debate that we've had over the past 3 days, which commenced on Tuesday. And I want to start by thanking my colleagues on the government side for their robust support of the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025, and also, of course, to thank my colleague opposite, who was the only member of the opposition present for this important budget discussion. Madam President, I wish to start by dealing with a few matters raised by the member opposite. That is the member for the good people of St. Thomas's, Nevis 5. And the member spent quite a bit of time, for example, Madam President, looking at the issue, as the honorable member would have it, that commitments are being made year after year and are not being kept. I take that, Madam President, to be an indication that sometimes the budgetary process is not understood. In every budget that we present in this House, we make it quite clear that plans and programs are projected plans and programs, but things can change. And so oftentimes, if we, for example, say that we will do a particular project, but the funding does not materialize because something goes awry, then what we seek to do, Madam President, is to delay or defer that particular project. Now, there is an alternative. The alternative is for us to say, we will do it regardless. We will borrow, we will be reckless in order to say we put down the road or we put down the building. This is not the way that this government operates. And so if at times we say that it is our intention, because that's what a budget does. Madam President, a lot of people might be surprised to hear me say that a budget for the island or for a country is not much different to a budget for your household. And I'm sure all of us here who have households have budgeted that next year we want to buy a car. We say that we are hopeful that we'll be in a position to do so because we anticipate that we will get a little extra money at work or we will get something from here. You know, if that something does not materialize, the prudent household will say, let us delay the purchase of the car. What is so difficult about that, Madam President, to understand? It is prudent, sensible, practical government at work. And whatever else may be said about this government, I think it must be admitted that we have always operated in a prudent manner. Some people say the scale and pace of development is too slow. We understand that. But we also understand and appreciate that development takes time. You take our airport project, one of the projects identified by the member for number 5. You don't just get up and build an airport, you know, Madam President. There's a tremendous level of planning, of work, study, of securing financing, of trying to select contractors before you can get into a project. So if we say, based on the advice that we have from our technical people, we ought to be in a position to proceed, and something goes awry. And because I have nothing to hide, Madam President, one of the difficulties that we've experienced with the airport project is the fact that we've had to acquire lands. It is not simply that it's government land, so we just go and fence it up and start the project. It is private lands. We have had to negotiate with private landowners. And in fact, as is the nature of things, we have had situations where now that we are at the point where we have the resources to purchase, some of the lands are not quite clear in terms of their title because persons may have passed, some issues of probate. We understand the difficulties. And so, Madam President, all I'm saying is that when we come into this House, we must be cognizant that development takes time. And I recognize that many of us, including it appears some members of this House, have become what I am calling victims of the Instagram culture. You know, on Instagram now everything is right away. Everything is sudden. But development is not something that is right away or sudden. Development requires planning. Development requires financing. And it's only when you've planned and secured financing can you then move to execution. The good member for number 5 spoke about geothermal. I have always said that nobody in NRP should say anything about geothermal, but I excuse the good member for number 5. She's no longer in NRP. You should not speak about geothermal because geothermal did not start with the NRP. The geothermal odyssey in Nevis started in 2004. How do I know? Because I was a part of it, assisting as a private lawyer. We had a number of meetings under what was called a GeoCarib project funded by the OS. The OS was looking at a project, I've said so several times in this honorable House, Madam President. The OS wanted to develop geothermal in St. Lucia, Dominica, and in Nevis. Dominica was supposed to supply Guadeloupe. St. Lucia was supposed to supply Martinique. And Nevis, of course, was to supply St. Kitts. And that project was progressing. We had consultants, we had experts. In 2006, the government changed. A new government took over. And that new government completely abandoned the GeoCarib geothermal project, cast it to one side, and went full throttle with a company called West Indies Power. You all remember that company? Yes, sir. West Indies Power. I don't have to consult any notes to talk about this. I have institutional knowledge of it. They went with West Indies Power. West Indies Power and the then NRP administration were thick as thieves. They entered into all kinds of arrangements with West Indies Power. When the political tide shifted and the CCM resumed office in 2013, you know the first thing we met, Madam President? A lawsuit. We must remind the public, you know, because sometimes when I hear people speak, there's a certain pretense that this government has been somehow irresponsible. When we got back into office in 2013, after 5 years and 18 null and void months, we met a lawsuit. And that lawsuit, believe it or not, was the NRP administration suing West Indies Power to get out of the agreements that they'd entered into. That's what we met. So before we could even move forward with geothermal, we had to fight that lawsuit in the courts, Madam President. It's important that we have the history of these matters. That matter was fought in the High Court, and we won. The government won. West Indies Power appealed to the Court of Appeal. And there were some skirmishes there, and ultimately the government prevailed. It is only after that case was completed that we could then re-engage on the issue of geothermal. We did so with the assistance of the United States government. What do they call it? The Department of State. And they sent some experts again to assist us. And through that expertise, working with a major accounting firm, I think it was Deloitte Consulting, we ended up issuing an RFP, a request for proposals, and selected a company called NREI to try to move this process forward. This government, unlike the previous government, did not lock ourselves into some irretrievable situation with NREI. We had certain, what I would call, out clauses. And so when it became apparent to us that NREI could not perform, we exercised our rights under the contract and terminated the arrangement with NREI. That's what we did. We lost some time because, of course, we gave them time to cure. We gave them the opportunity to come good. When it was clear that they could not raise the financing, we terminated that arrangement, and we then went back to the drawing board. Why? Because we were committed as a government to the geothermal project. We started it. I wasn't there at the time in terms of government, but I was involved in 2004. And so, Madam President, through those efforts, we then sought to engage with the Caribbean Development Bank. And we understood that the timing was good because the world was awakening to the whole pressing nature of climate change. More funding was now being made available internationally for projects like geothermal. And so we engaged, coming on the Paris Agreement, Climate Accords in Paris, which was achieved at COP, Congress of the Parties in Paris. And we decided, listen, let us re-engage with the world on this issue. And that is how the CDB got involved. But what I did not realize, because of course, the CCM had engaged in the Team Unity effort at the national level. And I was the foreign minister, and at some point became the premier of Nevis as well, as of 2017. And so I was traversing the world and speaking to important people in the capitals of the world and trumpeting the geothermal project, saying that this has to happen and this is a commitment of the country and all of that. Little did I know that others in other meetings were saying no to geothermal in Nevis. Others in other meetings were saying that they preferred to explore geothermal in St. Kitts. In fact, one of the sitting members of the same government I sat with went ahead and tried to sign a memorandum of understanding with a company called Terranov, a French company which was operating in Guadeloupe. And I, by, how do you say, peradventure, got a copy of the MOU. And one of the clauses in the MOU made me pause, because in the MOU there was a clause that the island of St. Kitts would not be permitted to purchase any geothermal energy from Nevis. You hear what I'm saying, Madam President? The French company was signing an agreement with the federal government in St. Kitts to explore geothermal in St. Kitts. The same government I was a part of. That I'm going around the world telling people how committed we are to geothermal. They were going to sign an agreement to explore geothermal on St. Kitts. But there was a clause in that MOU which said that if Nevis proceeded with their geothermal, St. Kitts could not buy any energy from us. When all the science in the world was telling us that St. Kitts had no realistic prospects for geothermal energy. And I'm not saying anything here that I've not said before, because I went into the National Parliament in St. Kitts, where I am a member, and I said that had this geothermal resource been located in Cayon, it would have been developed a long time ago. The island of Nevis, I want the people of Nevis to understand, has no international standing, Madam President. We are the equivalent of a local government with significant powers under the Constitution. But we recognize that international engagement is a matter solely within the remit of the federal government in Bastille. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that so that our people can understand that on these types of matters, when we are engaging with agencies around the world and governments around the world for funding, it is not possible for the NIA on its own to conclude those funding arrangements. We can negotiate, we can agree, but when it comes time to sign off, they're telling us they want to see the federal government in Bastille. And that was the difficulty. We, that is the team in Nevis, did all of the negotiations with CDB on the geothermal project. I want to go on record to thank the team at Nevis. It's been led by Mr. Albert Gordon, because they did yeoman service in getting us this far. But once they negotiated all the details and the money and found money from IDB, GCF, Green Climate Fund, etc., the CDB said, okay, we have 17 million US dollars, but we now need the federal government to sign to say that that money can come to Nevis for the development of the geothermal. We had the Green Climate Fund. In fact, the head of the Green Climate Fund, it is based in South Korea. I think her name is Duarte, I want to feel, Duarte. She traveled all the way from South Korea to this little island of Nevis. You know why? I asked Madam Duarte, I said, well, why would you have come all this distance? She said, because the geothermal project in Nevis is for the Green Climate Fund, one of the most consequential projects that they're doing anywhere in the world, because of its potential to transform not only Nevis, but St. Kitts and the sub-region, and to take our economy away from the current dependence on tourism and to create an energy economy based on renewable energy. So she came to see it for herself. And in my private discussions with her, she gave me a WhatsApp number. So she and I converse from time to time on WhatsApp. She has pledged that she and the Green Climate Fund will be committed, Mafalda Duarte, committed to this project here in Nevis. As a consequence of that, we are advised by NEVLEC, already committed, I believe it's an additional over 30 million US dollars to this geothermal project. In addition, Madam President, when I was Foreign Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, my approach was to expand the diplomatic footprint of the country. Sometimes when I went out and we got new friends in terms of new formal diplomatic relations, and I say, in addition, I want to travel to your country free, meaning no visa, and I got visa waiver. Some people did not understand the vision. Used to cost me, you know. So what he say, he got visa waiver to Azerbaijan. Anybody want to go to Azerbaijan? Say he doing this and say he doing that. But sometimes we have to, I know some people get offended by it, but sometimes you have to ignore the noise. Focus on the task at hand. Focus on the vision. And why am I going to say that? Because Saudi Arabia was one of the countries that hitherto we had no relationship with at all. Through my efforts as Foreign Minister, we signed formal diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as a consequence of those relations being established, we were then able to engage with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and invite them to participate in the geothermal project in Nevis. I did not go on the trip, but P.S. Wakely Daniel went on the trip. I had confidence in him. And he said to me that when the time came to talk about geothermal, the Honorable Prime Minister, who led the delegation, turned the room over to him. And so P.S. Daniel, and I want to go on record to credit him, because he went and presented the geothermal project to the Saudi Fund for Development. The result of that was the Saudis have agreed $20 million for this project. But again, Madam President, the Saudis said, Wakely Daniel, you sound good. Nevis, you sound good. We love the project. Now the come time for the money, the federal government has to sign, because we don't recognize Nevis. So I want our people to appreciate that there's a constitutional impediment that the NIA operates under. So I had a choice, you know, Madam President. I could continue to see our people suffering from high electricity costs, to see us unable to fulfill our commitments on climate adaptation, all to say that geothermal is Nevis geothermal, and we don't want anybody else involved in it. Some people in Nevis want to own 100% of nothing. And so I and this cabinet, we had a determination to make. And so when the Saudis said to us, we have $20 million, but we want the federal government to sign, what were we to tell them? Keep your money? When CDB said we have 17 million, but the federal government must sign, CDB, sorry, keep your money? And when GCF said we have 30+ million, but the federal government must sign, we must tell them keep their money? So I went, and I think I did the mature thing. I sat down with the Prime Minister in Bastia. I said, Prime Minister, this project has the potential to benefit the entire country. St. Kitts and Nevis, unlike Trinidad and Tobago, unlike Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis is only 2 miles apart. We could run a drop card. So I said to the Prime Minister, there is a potential here for us, if we are to develop this project on Nevis, that not only the people of Nevis, but also the people of St. Kitts, not only the people of Craddock Road, but also the people of Connery can get cheap, clean electricity. And he, to his credit, saw the wisdom in that. And so we passed the resolution in the National Assembly, not as some are claiming to hand over ownership of geothermal to St. Kitts, but rather to signal that the federal government and the NIA will partner, will work together to develop geothermal for the benefit of all the people of the Federation. That is what we're seeking to do. And so, when the good member for number 5 says geothermal has been promised, I think perhaps the extent of work, the extent of negotiations, the extent of effort that has gone into this to bring us this far has perhaps not been made clear enough. We have, Madam President, gone through an exhaustive and an exhausting process. We had to go out to tender, because once we're getting money from these multilateral agencies, they have certain requirements that have to be met. And so we went out. You know, it took us almost a year. Madam President, and Madam President, I think you are aware of what I speak in your other hats that you wear. It took almost a year just to redo the bid documents, because the CDB had never done a geothermal project anywhere in the world. And so we had to reimagine the documents, rework the documents, and every time you change a paragraph, you had to send it to CDB, so CDB's lawyers could confirm. It was an exhausting and exhaustive process that was engaged in. At the end of the day, we went out to tender, and we had 5 of the largest drilling companies in the world bid on this project here in Nevis. Now, even in terms of the bidding, Madam President, you thought that you get a bid from a company and you figure, well, okay, I evaluate it and that's good. No. the rules say you must evaluate the bid in two parts. First, you must do what they call a technical evaluation. And you must select one of the bidders as the winner of that technical evaluation. So we had put together a whole team here because the rules, again, I'm the Premier of Nevis. Dr. Terence Drew is the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. And both of us are waiting and asking, well, what's going on? Because we have no involvement in the process. None. The process cannot have any political engagement. So they put a team together, the team did, and then when they'd done the evaluation, the technical evaluation, guess what happened? They had to hit pause, send that to Barbados to CDB. And CDB had to review the entire process and then send back what they call a no objection letter. But that took some weeks to achieve. And then when CDB said, we have no objection to who you have selected as the winner of the technical side, it then came back to the team here for them now to do an evaluation, what is referred to as a financial evaluation. So the evaluation of the bid took two parts, technical and then financial. They went through that process. They have again selected someone. And that selection has had to go back to the CDB for the CDB again to say, we have reviewed, we are satisfied, and we have no objection. So there are some aspects to this process that lend themselves to delay and over which the NIA has no control. What I can say is that a driller has been selected. What I can say is that we're moving apace. You have heard the good member for Nevis 1 talk about the water situation. You would have heard our plans, as I expressed in the budget presentation, about the acquisition of lands in the area. And so we are moving, Madam President, now to a stage where we are hopeful that in the new year, early in the new year, we would have a signing ceremony and announce formally the winner of the bid to do the production well drilling. You see, we've gone past exploration drilling now, you know. We're now in production drilling. That's a bigger bore, bigger hole, deeper into the earth, and we are drilling 3 production wells and 2 re-injection wells, what they call a closed circuit. So the steam comes up, turns the turbines, converted into water, that water is re-injected into the earth. We expect that that is going to happen in the new year. And I can say that with some degree of confidence because we now have confirmation of the funding. We have gone through an exhausting process of bidding, tendering. We now have confirmation of someone. And so only if the CDB were to say they have an objection, which we don't anticipate will be the case, we should be in a position to announce who that winner is so that we can move forward. So when we talk about delays in projects, the hospital project, member number 5 again made some heavy weather of the hospital project. The hospital project has been delayed. No ifs, ands, buts, or maybes about that. And I'm a plain speaker. When I come to talk to the people of Nevis, I don't have anything to hide. Would I have loved for that facility to be finished by now? Absolutely. But we shut that facility down, the construction work, prior to COVID. Clearly, during the 2.5 years of COVID, nothing happened. And then we decided that we will do some reimagination of the project, and then we have been in consultations on that project with various contractors, including the Taiwanese government and persons proposed by Taiwan, for us to make a determination as to the best way forward. Sometimes when we hear the talk about delay, the feeling is that the hospital has been under construction for 10 years. That's not the case, you know. There's been no construction up there, no money being spent up there for the last few years because we have said we're going to stop it until we're in a position to take it to completion. Some may not like that. I don't like that myself. But again, that has been the prudent thing to do. It is not as if we are paying people every week or every month we have workers up there but don't have any work to do, so money is being wasted. There's no money being spent. So again, when we budget that we want to do this and we put an amount in the budget, if we do not start the project, if we do not get the project going, Madam President, then that money is not spent, you know. That's how budgeting operates. The good member, to just make a point here, spoke to the report from the Director of Audit. Anytime anybody from NRP talk about the audit report, I don't know whether to be happy or to be upset. But again, I forgive the member. She's no longer in NRP. But the concern I have is that NRP was in government from 2006 until 2013. By law, in fact, not by any ordinary law, but by the Constitution, our supreme law, they must put an audit report in the House every year, setting out the independent analysis of the spending, revenue, etc., from the previous year. By law. And 2006, none. 2007, none. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, none. So whilst my good friends opposite now have the privilege of referring to the audit report and saying to the public what the audit report said, we who during those dark years were on those hardcore opposition benches never had that privilege because the government was operating illegally. Illegality and NRP is the same thing. If you look in the Webster's dictionary, Madam President, and you look for NRP, you see next to it, illegality. That's the meaning. Huh? No, null and void too, but illegality is the illegality that led to the null and void. That is the history of the opposition, no opposition. They never once, and I want to emphasize that because it was a travesty in this country that any government could have operated for 7 years, 6.5 years, without one single report from the auditor. And that is why when we got into government in 2013, we had to reconstruct all of the accounts, you know. It took us years to get up to date. Well, I'm not ashamed of that, you know. If no money there to start the project, well, you don't start them. I'm not ashamed of that. If we project that we can do a project because we project that this will be the revenue to allow us to do it, and the revenue does not materialize, we tell the project, wait. Project, you hold on. There's nothing to be ashamed of. That is prudent, sensible government. So $4.08 million, 13 projects, we said that those projects should be delayed until we can find our way to deal with them. Nothing, Madam President, is wrong with that. So this whole issue about delaying capital projects, it is not as if we have not come. We have not explained. We have not been clear to the public. The good member from number 5, in reference to the airport, made some points as if there was an absence of information. And I smile because we had a number of town hall engagements on the airport project, Madam President. I recall we had one right here in Charlestown. Yes. We had one in the good parish of St. James. Did we have one in Cotton Ground? I think we didn't have one in Cotton Ground. I thought we did. But we certainly had one up here in Pond Hill. We had a number of engagements on the airport project. Charlestown for sure, St. James for sure, Pond Hill for sure. And I don't recall seeing the good member for number 5 at those public engagements. Perhaps if the member had availed herself of that opportunity, she would have had all the information that she needs. Because that's why we have these engagements, you know. It's not that we don't like to be home relaxing with our families. We go out because it's important that the people of Nevis have information. You cannot, like an ostrich, stick your head in the sand ignore the information around you, and then you say there's no information, because we had those engagements. And so I want to make it very clear that this government is open, it is transparent, and it is seeking to do things the right way. I want to move on to my wrap-up, but I made a couple notes on the member opposite. Now, the member also spoke to a widening deficit. I took the note because I said to myself, well, where did the member get this notion of a widening deficit from? So I went to page 24, I believe it is, paragraph 24, co-private right, of the budget address. And here's what the budget address this year says at paragraph 24. Our overall fiscal performance remains strong as of October 31st. Our primary balance has soared to a healthier surplus of 27.84 million, a substantial improvement from the 13.25 million surplus reported in October 2024. 13.25 to 27.84 is more than doubling of the surplus reported for the same period. The overall balance also is trending in this direction, moving from a deficit of 3.16 million to a surplus of 11.6 million over the last 12 months. The fiscal gap has also narrowed significantly, moving from an initial deficit of 19.35 million at the end of October 2024 to a much smaller deficit of 3.52 million at the end of October 2025. So I am not sure where in the budget is this notion of a widening deficit. That simply does not exist. The member for number 5 spoke about a lack of diversification. And, Madam President, I recognize, because I spent some time in opposition in Nevis, and I find myself in my old age back in that position in St. Kitts. But sometimes when you're in opposition, you must oppose. And part of the art of opposition is you highlight anything that you perceive to be wrong. And you ignore all the good things that are happening in the country. So, if there is some problem at the hospital, you highlight that. But you ignore the fact of all the gains in healthcare being made. And that is why I love the way that the Honorable Senator and responsible Minister for Health put it. Healthcare is not a building, Sometimes when you hear the talk about the hospital building, you would think that there's no hospital in Nevis, that people don't get hospital care in Nevis, that if, God forbid, any of us were to fall down now, there's no place to take us. Healthcare is not a building. The building will enhance what we have. But healthcare is about the equipment and the personnel to deliver. And we have invested significantly in that, as we heard. I don't need to go back over that, because I believe under this budget, healthcare has one of the largest allocations, 30%. Is it 30? 20%. 15? I thought it was more than that. One of the largest allocations, in fact, other than the Ministry of Finance, which we understand deals with debt repayment and all of that, the two biggest recipients of funding are health and education. That shows this government's priorities, health and education. Now, I make that point about diversification. Let me go back there. Because in highlighting the airport ain't start yet, geothermal ain't start, and the hospital expansion is not yet finished. That was a significant part of the good member's presentation in response to the budget. I said to myself, well, what about the efforts being made by this government? The member spoke about citizenship by investment. And when I listened to the member, in fact, I think I spoke about it to one of my colleagues, I think the good Senator and Minister of Education. And I said, if I were listening with an untrained and an uneducated ear, I would have felt that CBI was a responsibility of the Nevis Island administration. Because I kept hearing that CBI and what are we going to do about CBI, and I don't know if the member misunderstood which house she was in.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order. Just really to clarify, perhaps before the member concludes. Now, Madam President, I am fully aware, and I think we all are fully aware, that CBI is a federal matter. However, Madam President, the basis of my argument yesterday, and it continues to be, CBI is a significant portion, as the member presented in his budget, of revenue that Nevis depend on. So even though CBI is a federal matter, it affects Nevis. According to the member, that is what he presented. Matter of fact, the portion of revenue collected from the budget as he presented was based on CBI revenues, Madam President.
You've made a point to clarify, and now we'll have the response.
Grateful.
Thank you.
Madam President, I thank the good member for her attempt at clarification. But had the member said that yesterday, I would not even have bothered to note the point. The impression, I think, that was being created for those who, as I said, might have been listening with an untrained or uneducated ear. And when I say that, I mean no discourtesy. I simply mean that some people actually genuinely do not know how these things operate. I want to make it clear that the Citizenship by Investment program is a federal program. If there are highs or lows, if that program is doing well or not doing well, it is a matter of federal policy. It is not determined here. Now, the member is correct that over the years we have had some revenue that has flowed from that Citizenship by Investment program. And I was able to announce in my budget address that that revenue, after some years now of back and forth on this, we have come to a position where that revenue is to be shared on a percentage basis. Nevis getting 25%. Of course, Madam President, and I'll be saying more about that in the Federal House when I get there. 25%, now that the bottom has fallen out of the CBI, is certainly a different matter altogether to 25% at a time when the CBI was making $600 and $700 million. And so we certainly will be raising the issue nationally of whether or not there's some back pay that should be involved in this, because we have been asking for that percentage share now since on about 2012, 2011, 2012. In fact, there was this Charleston Accord where the same team unity agreed that that would be the position, only to have it reneged upon. Because, you see, there seems to be a perception in some quarters that that was too much money for Nevis. And so we were kept at a fixed sum every month. Fixed sum every month. And nobody cared, because that fixed sum yielded a fraction, small fraction of the overall total. So some say we got $66 million every year. And whilst that was true, $66 million as a percentage of $650 million is 10%. And you're right, it only started in 2022. Prior to that, we got a lot less. And so when you look at those numbers, because I saw some numbers over the past 5 years, and CBI brought in over $2 billion into the country of St. Kitts and Nevis. So if Nevis was getting 25%, then we would have had access to over $400 million here in Nevis. Instead of that, I think we barely got 200 million. And whilst, of course, the accusation trumpeted in some quarters in Nevis is that we were bad spenders, it would be remiss of me if I did not point out that we have regular water, regular electricity, we have good roads, we have good health care, and we have been moving this country in the right direction because we spent money where it mattered. Some gave the money away for short-term popularity. In Nevis, we spent the money on long-term sustainability projects that will ensure that our people are better off. So I just want to indicate, Madam President, that the Citizenship by Investment Program is and continues to be important. But we in Nevis have never been wholly dependent, and I think it was, again, the good Minister of Education who pointed out that whereas in St. Kitts, the budget there was 50% and more attributed to citizenship by investment, in Nevis, I think the highest we ever got to was 20-something%. So the level to which we depended on CBI is significantly different. Now 20-something% is important. Not going to suggest otherwise. But we were not dependent on it to that extent. And now that it looks like the bottom has dropped out of CBI, we have to find ways. But I want to go on record in this honorable House, Madam President, to say that we were not sitting on our hands. That is why we came in here to pass gaming legislation. That is why in the height of COVID we started a film industry that many scoffed at. That is why we are now talking to large-scale developers like Destiny. That is why we're doing these things, because we recognize that there was a need now to find other sources of revenue. We have not been sitting back. We have been, because if you were reading, you know, the CBI demise, it's like a hurricane. You see it coming off the coast of Africa. And you keep getting reports, 3 days, 4 days. It's up to you whether you're prepared or not. And we decided in Nevis that we would start to prepare. And so when you look at film, and I gave a comprehensive update of just what has happened this year. In fact, while I'm here sitting, I got invited to come to the set of the new movie that is being filmed right now. We look at tourism. We gave a comprehensive update of what we're doing in terms of tourism. While tourism is not new, we've rebranded our entire tourism product. And we're doing some new and interesting things, Madam President. In fact, we're doing some award-winning things in tourism. We look at financial services. Financial services, in fact, I want to read something to you, Madam President. Let me see if I could find it. Financial services, $88 million, surpassing the budgeted figure of $16.44 million by a substantial margin of $441,146. I only mention that because I'm here to predict that this year is going to be even better. That's an effort on our part, you know, Madam President. The legal advisor is there. She led a team to Mexico. Somebody has led a team to Panama. They don't invite me to these things, but, you know, somebody has went to Panama. And I just came back from Panama. If you see me in Panama, habla la lengua, I was speaking Spanish like a local, you know. Right? Yeah, because you have to understand dinero. Tell them we want dinero in Nevis. Come, do business in Nevis. Right? The reality is, Madam President, that anybody who can look at these deliberate policy prescriptions that we've taken and say that we have not been paying attention or doing our job, they're not being honest. Because we see the hurricane coming and we said, no, let us start a film industry. Way back in 2020, 5 years ago, let us diversify our financial services. Let us bring in limited partnerships. Let us bring in online gaming. Let us start the Nevis Finance. Let us do the promotion. Let us send our teams out to the world. And we're now paying dividends. This year alone, I'm told that we should average well over 300 new entities per month being incorporated. And that for us is remarkable. Clearly, we're not at the numbers of, say, a BVI, but we are getting there. In fact, I saw some numbers just today as I was there sitting. Nevis used to do, in total, about 5% of what the BVI did in terms of new business. Now, we've gone up now to about 13% of what the BVI does. Means we still have room to grow, but it just shows that as a jurisdiction, we're growing, we're doing better. And when I was in Panama, Madam President, I was impressed. I was afforded the opportunity to meet with the top law firms in Panama City, and all of them are either already licensed in Nevis to offer financial services, or they have their licenses pending. But every one of them, Tutmun, Saman, Bagay, as we say locally, is coming to Nevis. We look, Madam President, at the construction sector. You heard the good member for Nevis 1. People can't find construction workers. In fact, number 1. You said it too?
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 3. Madam President, we can't find construction workers. Number 3, I'm correcting the record. Can't find construction workers. In fact, someone told me that they had a conversation with one of our leading construction firms here on the island, and the gentleman is asking for permission to bring in some workers from overseas. He wants to go all the way to Asia to bring in some workers. Can't find workers here. The construction sector is nearing full employment on the island of Nevis. That is what is going on here. So again, when we're talking about CBI, and CBI is clearly on the wane, Nevis has not been sitting down, you know. Perhaps because CBI was never such an important piece of our economic pie, that we have constantly been out there looking for opportunity. Construction, online gaming, financial services, tourism and the expansion in tourism. We came into this house, Madam President. You see, sometimes I think people do not quite understand the policy prescriptions and the efforts that we're making. You remember, Madam President, we came in and we increased the tourism and development levy. We increased it from 2% to 3%. And there was a whole lot of hullabaloo on the opposition benches. But I can tell you that because of that increase, there's more money coming in now to the coffers of the NTA for purposes of promoting Nevis and ensuring that we continue to grow that sector. We came in here and we announced that we would increase the fees for financial services, the cost of incorporating a company. And again, because of that, our revenue, I'm predicting, is going to be the highest this year that it has ever been. Why are those prescriptions important? They're important, Madam President, because this government and this cabinet has decided wherever we need additional revenue, it should not come from more taxes on our people. So the TDL is not being paid in the main by Nevisians, and the financial services sector is largely outward looking. It's people overseas who are paying that. And when we looked at the fact that we were only charging $300 US, we said, no, we could tweak that. And by just adding an extra 50 US, 75 US, you could impact, when you deal with volume, in a significant way our revenue. So I am not accepting at all that as a government, we have been sitting back, sitting on our hands, seeing CBI waning and somehow not doing anything. I am very proud of this government's record in trying to diversify this economy. And even where, Madam President, we have been scoffed at, even where people have said nonsense in terms of what we are trying to do, we have persevered. This destiny thing, all the cuss and all the roar and all the rere, what is it that we are trying to do? What is it? Diversify the economy. Bring money into Nevis. That's really what it comes down to. Now, yes, there may be people who have legitimate concerns. And in fact, I heard a good member for number 5 who's saying, oh, we shouldn't say ignore the noise and keep the momentum. We should listen to people. Well, good God, how much more listening we must do? No project in the history of this country has had as much consultation as that project. None. And I don't even have to ask anybody to do any research for me. We have spoken to the business community. We spoke to the bankers. We spoke to the 6 farmers. We spoke to the teachers. Who else we talked to? We spoke to the church leaders, contractors, heavy equipment operators, truckers. We spoke to the hotel and tourism people, and then we had one big consultation where the opposition members came, not the member for number 5. I didn't see her. But the rest of them came to disrupt. That's what they came for. To disrupt. We spoke to the opposition too. The good member came to see us. Good member came to see us. I'm so happy the good member is here, you know. Good member for Nevis 5 came to see us. And when the good member left us, you know, the good member said on her Facebook page, yesterday, I had the distinct honor and privilege of attending a joint meeting with members of the NIA cabinet and the opposition. Purpose of the meeting was to gain further insights into the proposed special sustainability zone project, understand the developer's intentions, and obtain meaningful information about the project's objectives. In my respectful view, the meeting was a tremendous success. It provided much needed clarity on several initial concerns. We were also treated to a video presentation by Olivia Jensen, the lead developer and visionary behind it. The good member never called me a visionary yet. She called Jensen a visionary.
Madam President, I rise at a point of honor to clarify some things in this honorable House, Madam President. I just wish to say to the good member for Nevis 2 that he's not just, unfortunately. I wish to say, Madam President, when I spoke yesterday, and I made it quite clear that I was speaking on behalf of the people of Nevis. So me attending a meeting and giving my opinion, those are my opinion, but yesterday, when I asked the questions, I made it clear I was speaking on behalf of the people of Nevis who had those questions and concerns.
Honorable member, you rose, you said on a point of order, right?
Yes.
You didn't mention whether you were seeking clarification on something or clarifying a point, or the particular provision in the standing orders that you were referring to. However, you made your presentation and I listened. I don't hear point of order. What I heard was an opportunity to further elaborate on your speech from yesterday. So I will ask the member to proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I found that the good member opposite put it so well, because she ended her public statement by saying, Nevis stands at a pivotal moment. With the right balance of innovation, accountability, and community partnership, projects like Destiny can help shape a brighter future for generations to come. When I saw it, my only regret is that I had not been the one to write that. Perfect statement. So, Destiny is yet another example by us because, again, we see what's happening. Madam President, yes, I've engaged in a little levity, but let me get serious. The world is not kind to small countries. It is not kind to little islands like Nevis. And I sometimes wish that the opposition and the public would understand the very real challenges that we have to deal with to try and develop this island, to try and move this island forward and progress this island. Because some people out there seem to feel that foreign investors are just out there, you just go and you pick them up. They don't understand that we are competing with the rest of the world, even with the great nations of the world, the United States and others are competing for foreign investment. We are not blessed with an abundance of natural resources. The only one I'm aware of is our people, and well, geothermal to some extent. So, Madam President, we have to innovate. We have to not be afraid of the world, but to embrace the world. We have to face challenges, and we have to put our intellectual capacity to work for the benefit of our people. I hear so many noises being made, so many voices being raised about this proposed Destiny project. But you know, the one thing I'm not hearing from any of those voices is what is their alternative. And I challenge anybody out there. In fact, I had a good conversation with my friend and cousin, his boat. And he going on and say he's going to fight this thing with every breath he have. And I said to him, I have 200 plus young people coming out of sixth form and high school. And if that trend continues, in the next 5 years, Nevis has 1,000+ youngsters. What am I to tell them as the Premier of Nevis when they ask for opportunity in this, the land of their birth? I must tell them go St. Martin. I must tell them to go USVI to see if they get into Canada and America. Or I must say that as a government, we have to provide opportunity for our people right here. We have to give our young people the opportunity, the option that when they go away to study, they're not forced to stay. They can choose to come back to Nevis if they so desire. Right now, we have people out there. In fact, I see one of them all over social media saying many things, and a friend of ours called me, tell me she better hush because ICE looking for her. ICE looking for her. I don't know whether they mean winter ICE or immigration. What ICE mean? Immigration and customs enforcement. Right? Making all kind of noise, but some who are making noise about Nevis's development prefer to be overseas illegally in somebody else's country than to come home and help us develop our country. So sometimes we have to listen, but we don't always have to take everything everybody says on board, because I am saying, if we as a government say that this is an opportunity for us to do something in Nevis, so that this talk about CBI and all of that, that talk then in 5 years, that talk has waned because we're doing other things. Big movie industry, big gaming industry, construction booming, Destiny or whatever other projects have come. The SSZ passed federally, but with the support of the NIA and the members who are here who are part of that federal house, was designed to give us options, that's all. So I hear the hullabaloo, I hear the noise, and my simple question to those who are making the most noise, well, please tell us, what then is your alternative suggestion? And when you put it in that way, the response is silence. Because all of us, Madam President, know how to criticize. That's the easiest thing in the world to do. But how to solve a problem, that now is a different matter altogether. So, I want, Madam President, then, to address one final point from the good member opposite. How much time have I used so far? The good member made a point. I'm not going to belabor it. But the social security figures on jobs consistently paint a picture that the number of jobs in the country keeps growing. And not only are the number of jobs growing, but the wages are also growing, because Social Security tracks both. These are not our numbers, these are Social Security numbers. And the Social Security numbers consistently say to us that there are more jobs in Nevis than workers, and that the gap is being filled by people working 2 and 3 jobs. Now, the good member from number 5 made the argument that people are working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. She may be right, but she may also be wrong. Because just today I spoke to someone. I went to my spot MEMS to have some soup. And I spoke to a lady there. And I asked her, you know, because I like to talk to people and tell people, they say what they say in the house, what do you think? And the young lady, I said, you know, the good member for number 5 said that people work 20 jobs because they want to make ends meet. And the lady said, well, it could be that people have certain aspirations that they want to achieve. And if somebody decides that they want to build a house within a particular time, or they want to purchase a car, or they want to do something, they may work extra to earn the money to do that. Whether at their existing job where they volunteer to work overtime, or they get a second job. It has nothing to do with the fact that them are not being able to live on the current pay. It has more to do with the fact that they want more. And nothing is wrong with that. As a boy, Madam President, I used to go to New York City. I started at the age of 13. And my father, of blessed memory, had this attitude that we should work for our own money. And since the age of 13, I have worked for myself. And my biggest joy, all summer holidays when my friends are here enjoying themselves, I'm in New York working. I work as a janitor. I have cleaned a lot of toilets in New York City. I have scrubbed floors. I have scraped chewing gum from the sidewalks on Broadway. I have been a security guard. I have been an electrical apprentice. I've been a plumbing apprentice. All those things I have done. And my greatest, not my best job, I was an elevator operator. You think sometimes when they cuss me, I tell people I've enjoyed all the ups and downs in life. Because my job was going up, going down. Yes, I was an elevator operator. And I'm telling you, Madam President, that my greatest joy was when somebody called in sick. Listen, there was something they call the graveyard shift. You know what that is, Madam President? The graveyard shift. The graveyard shift started at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Imagine a little boy from Brownhill walking in them days there when I walk, Madam President, the crack epidemic in America was at its worst. And my father lived in the Bronx. So I'm walking and the crack used to come in some little vials, some little plastic vials. And when the people use it, they just discard the vials. And so you're walking and you're hearing under your feet, crunch, crunch, vials on the ground like, I don't even know what you would call it, like pebbles. Crunch, crunch. And I'm walking to take a train, number 2 train, covered with graffiti, from East 174th Street to get down to Manhattan to work. 1 o'clock in the morning. But you know why I always took that shift? Because they paid you an extra hour and a half to take that shift. And I had a secret plan, Madam President, because the shift's supposed to finish at 8 in the morning. That's when the next shift comes in. Somebody always calling sick. And when they call in sick, I jump up quick. I say, I will stay. I will stay. I work until 4 now, second shift. And then another man calling sick. I work. That shift now ends at midnight, and then I do my own shift. May see home for 3 days, but don't worry, because when the money come in now, time and a half, double time, and I'm singing happy. It's not because I was desperate. It's because I was ambitious. And I think that we should not lose sight of the fact that Nevisians are hard-working and ambitious people. And so I see some people who, in my opinion, are working in government and getting a reasonable salary. But those same people, you see them at nights, Madam President, someplace else. We must not assume that because somebody chooses to work 2 or 3 jobs, that it is necessarily means that things are so hard with them. No. Some people are ambitious and hard-working. And I use myself as an example because the best thing in the world for me was when somebody called in sick. And I could get those extra shifts to make money. When I come home, man, I used to see me. I was the only young man in Nevis wearing a winter coat. Yeah, I bring back winter coat with me. Things were so good, I got winter coat, I got a fur coat at home, in Nevis. So, Madam President, I just want to make that very clear. Right? Now I want to go. I want to go, Madam President, as I wrap up, to the status of the public debt. Because, and I was a little, how should I say? I was a little conflicted. Because on my way back here, I saw somebody sent me a statement, it appears, that the member for number 4, who absented herself from the sitting, apparently is on Facebook saying all kind of things. I'm a little puzzled because I said, but this is the forum to come and say what you have to say. You absent yourself, I don't know what the reasons may be, but then you on social media have the most to say. And so I was a little conflicted as to whether or not I should even bother to respond. But one of the statements that was made had something to do with our public debt. So it suggests that somehow the debt is spiraling. And I go to paragraph 30 of the budget address. It says, as it relates to the status of our public debt, the central government debt stock portfolio as of October 31st, 2025 stood at $474.7 million, representing a 1% decrease from the 479.5 recorded in December 2024. During this review period, domestic debt totaled $453.04 million, accounting for 95.4% of the total central government debt, with external debt amounting to $21.6 million or 4.6% of the total. When combined with the debts of statutory corporations, the total public sector debt amounted to $541.5 million as of October 31st, reflecting a 1.35% decrease compared to the $548.9 million recorded on December 31st. I go down to paragraph 31. The third line, our borrowing strategy remains focused on securing low-cost financing instruments to ensure that the government's capacity to service its existing debt obligations is not compromised. Well, you can't ask for a clearer statement than that. Would I like our debt to be zero? Yes. But I also realize that what is important is your ability to service your debt. And we have not missed a debt payment. We have been servicing our debt. And our debt, Madam President, has been trending downwards, not upwards, in the last fiscal year. Now let me go quickly to the audit report. Because I think the audit report, Madam President, had some very good information in it. And I go to page 21 of the audit report. And it says this: there are 6 programs for revenue collection under the Ministry of Finance that were given a target of $142.36 million, which exceeds its budget by $3.18 million. The 4 major revenue collectors are Customs, Inland Revenue, Regulation Supervision, and the Supply Office. The actual collection in 2024 was $145.54 million, which is an increase of $9.22 million from the $136.22 million collected in 2023. When you're collecting more money, it's a good sign in the absence of increased taxes that the economy is growing. Customs. The Customs Department projected a revenue, I've gone over the page, Madam President. Customs Department projected a revenue of $48.7 million for fiscal year 2024, indicating an increase of 2.14 compared to the previous year. However, the actual revenue collected amounted to $48.38 million, which was $0.32 million below the anticipated budget. Despite this shortfall, it is noteworthy that the total revenue generated by Customs exceeded the collections from 2023, by $1.82 million, highlighting a positive trend in revenue growth year over year. I want to just pause here because Customs was able to almost meet its target. It fell short by $0.32 million in an environment where the federal government announced a 6-month VAT reduction from 17, I think it was, to 13%. That had not factored into our budget discussions when we passed our budget. That came later. We had to adjust because VAT, of course, is a federal imposition. But even with that, Customs almost made their target, and Inland Revenue exceeded their target. So let's go to Inland Revenue down the page. The Inland Revenue Department had set an anticipated target for revenue collections in 2024, aiming for $70 million, which would represent a significant achievement for the ministry. However, the IRD exceeded expectations by generating a total revenue of $73.1 million, reflecting a notable increase from the previous year's collection of $69.58 million and a substantial rise from the $62.13 million recorded in 2022. This accomplishment not only highlights the IRD's effective strategies in revenue generation, but also indicates a positive trend in financial performance, as the department realized an additional $3.10 million beyond its initial forecast. So while customs fell slightly short, inland revenue exceeded the expectations. And that is, as we explained in the budget, because the VAT that is collected at inland revenue is more the hotels and the services that attract 10%. And so we're not affected as much as the customs was by the reduction in VAT. When we look at the categories, stamp duty on properties up by 1.9 million. Business and occupation licenses up by 293,000. And let me pause here, because the fact that business and occupational licenses is growing without there being any increase in the fee means that more businesses, Madam President, are applying for licenses. Social services levy up $488,000. That's a direct tax on income from individuals, their earnings. Wheel tax up $199,000. Then I go down, property tax is up $469,000. Value added tax is up $2.6 million. And Madam President, I highlight those. I have spoken to the property tax department because I'm hopeful that that amount for property tax can start to reflect more the realities of property on the island. But I want, as I look at stamp duty, to just respond to my good friend opposite, because she has come to me and she has spoken to me about reducing the transfer tax or the stamp duty. And in her presentation, she did make it appear as if stamp duty has in fact increased. And I want to just correct the record. I started practicing law some 31 years ago. And when I came back here as a practicing lawyer, the rate of stamp duty was actually 12%. 12%. The vendor paid 6% and the purchaser paid 6%. Stamp duty is now 10% and the vendor pays the whole 10%. So stamp duty has actually come down from 12 to 10. Is there room to bring it down further? That's a matter for debate. But I just wanted to correct that the stamp duty has not gone up. In the last 3 decades, stamp duty has actually come down from 12 to 10. I will also go on further to say that the member for number 5 said that inland revenue can essentially reevaluate and say that notwithstanding the price expressed in the sale, that they are going to charge on the value. And I just want to explain, certainly for the education of the public, that the reason for that is that you and I, Madam President, can agree to sell property at any price. It may be that I am fond of you or you're fond of me, and so I said, well, I have this bit of property, I'm going to transfer it to you for $1. That's entirely up to me. So what are you going to say to the government? You must get transfer tax based on the dollar? The government says no. The tax system is based on the value of the asset, not on the price. And that is why Inland Revenue reserves the right to revalue. There's also something a bit more sinister. And let me tell you, I'm a lawyer by profession, but some of them out there are a little difficult. Let me use a neutral word to deal with. So they're selling a villa. The villa is $1 million US. But in the document that they sent to revenue, they said the villa is $700,000. So inland, or less. So inland revenue now is seeing that the transfer tax is only going to be paid on the amount in the document, $700,000. Inland revenue says no. We should be able to go out and have our experienced and highly trained valuators look at the property and assess it for ourselves. Otherwise, Inland Revenue will be at the whim and fancy of lawyers and realtors who can put any number into a document. You know, one of the things we're seeing now, real life example. Somebody's selling a villa, especially these expensive villas that are being sold in the hills all around Nevis. And the purchase and sale agreement says it's 2.5 million US dollars. But hear what? They say that the property itself is 1.9 million and the furniture is 600,000. And you know why? Because no tax is paid on the furniture. So you find now that people are getting more and more clever and designing more and more interesting ways to avoid paying the taxes that are due. And so they're either inflating the cost of the furniture or they're trying to deflate the cost of the property. And that is why we must rely on inland revenue. That is why inland revenue can't just pick up your document and say, oh, the villa is $50,000. Okay, well, that's what they say. Suppose the villa is worth $1 million. You realize the damage it would do to government revenue if we were not able to go and assess properties for ourselves? Let me tell you, Madam President, these practices and policies are in place for a reason, and that is the reason. I go on at page 23 of the audit report. At the middle of the page, most tax revenues have surpassed their figures from the previous year, a trend that has been absent for an extended period. So, we're moving in the right direction. Regulation and supervision, I spoke to that already. Let me go across the page. 24, Ministry of Communication works on water. The ministry initially projected a revenue of 7.86 million, but it ultimately achieved an impressive 9.22 million, resulting in a surplus of 1.36 million. This figure represents a significant increase of 2.37 million compared to the 6.85 million collected in 2023. I say kudos and thank you to the member for number one. A primary source of revenue for this ministry was anticipated to come from the water department, which had a budget allocation of 6.61 million, accounting for 84% of the total budget. The actual revenue generated by water department reached 7.71 million, surpassing its target by 1.1 million. Notably, water rates contributed 7.58 million, while water connections added 121,209. When compared with the previous year's revenue of 5.79 million, the department's earnings have seen a remarkable increase of 1.92 million. That's water. But I want to echo the sentiments of the member for number one. Please, please pay for your water. We go across to the Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment. The Ministry of Health initially projected its revenue of 1.57 million, but it surpassed expectations by collecting 2.2 million, resulting in a surplus of 630,000. In the following year, 2023, the projected revenue was slightly higher at 1.64 million, with actual collections reaching 1.82 million, indicating a positive trend in revenue generation. This upward trajectory is further highlighted by the ministry's performance over the past few years. In 2022, the revenue collected was 1.53, 1.82 in 2023, 2.2 in 2024. Such consistent growth reflects the ministry's effective strategies and commitment to enhancing its financial performance, showcasing a robust improvement in its revenue collection efforts. Again, I want to commend Senator and Minister of Health and her team. At Alexandria Hospital, the financial projections were initially established with a budget of 1 million. However, the actual revenue generated far exceeded these projections, resulting an impressive total of 2.01 million, a substantial surplus of $1.01 million. We go across the page to page 26, and this now is looking at the expenditure side. The total expenditure at paragraph 2 reached 250.06 million, distributed as to 191.96 million to the recurrent account and 58.1 to the capital account. In summary, the expenditure performance yielded a surplus of 32.65 million over the budgeted figure. A surplus. The recurrent account realized savings of 16.51 million, while the capital account also achieved savings of 16.14 million. If we go to page 27, the second paragraph, during the 2024 financial year, with the exception of 2 program heads, all other heads kept their spending on the recurrent account well within the budgeted amounts provided. Madam President, that is what you call fiscal responsibility. When we look at the list, we see that the Ministry of Tourism went over its budget by $58,839. The Ministry of Finance went over its budget by $2.3 million. But the Ministry of Communication and Works had savings of $3.081 million. The Premier's Ministry had savings of $759,366. The Ministry of Agriculture and Lands had savings of $1.3 million. The Ministry of Health and Gender had savings of $6.6 million. And the Ministry of Education and Library Service had savings of $5.9 million. Congratulations to the entire team. Oh, yes. That is fiscal responsibility. We are not here wasting government money. We are operating within the parameters set by this Parliament in the budget. We go up to the Deputy Governor General, page 27. For the year 2024, the Office of the Deputy GG received an allocation of $664,000. Of this amount, $555,000 was utilized, resulting in savings of $108,000 or 16.3%. The legislature, that's you, Madam President, and the clerk here. The ministry received a budget of $952,900. Although there was no change in budget allocation, the ministry achieved savings of $321,440, resulting in actual expenditure of $631,460. And the legislature, I might add, comprises 2 program heads, administration and the office of the opposition, both of which achieved savings. So I just want again to applaud Madam President. I know you and the clerk manage your own budget, but certainly, again, the restraint that we see throughout government. Legal services. A total of $1.3 million was budgeted between 2 programs, the legal department, which received $1.18, and the company registry, which was allocated $127,100. The total expenditure amounted to $1.1 million, with the legal department spending $1.02 and the company registry spending $84,000. This led to a total savings of $203,843, representing about 15.6% of the budget. All programs successfully adhered to their respective expenditure limits. Congratulations to the Madam Legal Advisor. The Premier's Ministry. The budget allocated to the ministry was $8.13 million. Actual expenditure reached $7.37, resulting in a savings of $759,366. Office of the Premier. That program received a budget allocation of $5.52, which included $4.06 million for administration, $1.32 million for security services division, and $141,000 for public utilities and energy. The overall actual expenditure was $5.35 million, leading to a savings of $168,000. Among the 3 units, all stayed within their budget allocation. Registrar and High Court, the actual expenditure was $1.05 million, resulting in $188,422 being returned as savings, and the budgeted amount of $1.24. Magistrate, budget set for the magistrate was $247,500, which decreased by $11,000 from the 2023 budget. The actual expenditure amounted to $222,435, which reflected a savings of $22,000. The program kept within its budget for the past 3 fiscal years, returning savings of $10,071 in 2022, $43,083 in 2023, and $22,065 in 2024. Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning. It had 9 programs, allocated a budget of $92.91 million. It had an actual expenditure of $95.22 million, for a net excess of 2.31 million. Among the 9 programs, only administration and treasury exceeded their budgeted allocations. So 7 programs stayed within their allocations. Ministry, let me go across the page to page 31. Ministry of Communication Works, the ministry was allocated 16.6 million, had an actual expenditure of 13.52 million compared to the 15.11 million spent in the previous year. All 7 programs in the ministry realized net savings on their budget allocations to provide for the 3.08 million savings recorded. Page 32, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Cooperatives. The actual expenditure incurred by this ministry amounted to 8.3 million, or approximately 85.7% of its assigned budget of 9.68 million, realizing a savings of 1.38 million. Page 33, Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment. The budget allocation for this ministry amounted to 33.94 million, marking an increase from the 32.24 million allocated in the 2023 budget due to the restructuring of the ministry. The actual expenditure totaled 27.26 million, which is approximately $124,134 lower than the 27.39 spent in 2023. Of the 7 programs under this ministry, all achieved savings, contributing to an overall savings of $6.68 million for that ministry. Page 34, Ministry of Education and Library Services. The Ministry of Education and Library Services reported an actual expenditure of 30.94 million for the financial year 2024, resulting in net savings of 5.93 million compared to the budgeted amount of 36.87 million. Over the 2-year period, the ministry has achieved modest savings each year, increasing from 4.2 million in 2023 to 5.93 million in 2024. All programs, that is at the bottom, all programs remain within their budget for 2024. That deserves prudent management. I got to the conclusion from the Director of Audit. I don't know why she put the conclusion in green, but the conclusion, the detailed statements of expenditure for 2024 reveal that significant efforts were made to manage spending effectively throughout the year. It is particularly impressive that only 2 categories within the recurrent account exceeded the allocated budgets, marking a noteworthy accomplishment in fiscal discipline. This careful management has resulted in a net savings of $16.51 million within the overall budget. Madam President, I took some time to go through because I wanted the people of Nevis to be clear that this government is a fiscally prudent and sensible government. The Director of Audit has confirmed that we have operated with fiscal propriety. We're not spending like drunken sailors on shore leave. We are managing the limited resources of this island, and all of the ministries, all of the departments, all of the program heads, with the exception of 2, achieve savings. That's remarkable. I see some smiles back there. I hope they don't figure that this year they must start to spend. And so I encourage them to continue to save, to continue to operate in that manner. With those more than few words, Madam President, I want to wish this bill safe passage to this honorable House, and again thank all who have contributed to this historic reading of the budget for 2025. How much time? 2 hours?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And thank you to all the members who contributed to the debate. The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2026 and ending on the 31st day of December 2026.
Thank you. The bill has been read a second time, and we will now move into committee stage.
Part 1, current expenditure, ministry number 01, ministry name, Deputy Governor General, amount $707,500.
The question is that the amount of $707,500 under the head Deputy Governor General forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 02, legislature, ministry name, amount $802,700.
The question is that the amount of $802,700 under the head legislature forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 03, ministry name, Nevis Audit Office, amount $528,500.
The question is that the amount of $528,500 under the head Nevis Audit Office forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 04, ministry name, Legal Services, amount $1,296,200.
The question is that the amount of $1,296,200 under the head Legal Services forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 05, ministry name, Premier's Ministry, amount $7,499,300.
The question is that the amount of $7,499,300 under the head Premier's Ministry forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning, amount $97,934,400.
The question is that the amount of $97,934,400 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 07, ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management, amount $14,829,155.
The question is that the amount of $14,829,155 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Housing, Lands, Natural and Marine Resources, Cooperatives, Creative and Culture, amount $9,700,000.
70.
$9,070,500.
The question is that the amount of $9,070,500 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Housing, Lands, Natural and Marine Resources, Cooperatives, Creative and Culture forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment, amount $30,438,300.
The question is that the amount of $30,438,300 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, ministry name, Ministry of Tourism, amount $5,416,000.
The question is that the amount of $5,416,000 under the head Ministry of Tourism forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 11, ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services and Information Technology, Youth and Sports, amount $33,311,125.
The question is that the amount of $33,311,125 under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services and Information Technology, Youth and Sports form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 12, ministry name, Ministry of Human Resources, amount $1,658,000.
The question is that the amount of $1,658,000 under the head Ministry of Human Resources forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total current expenditure, $203,491,680.
The question is that the total current expenditure of $203,491,680 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Part 2, capital expenditure. Ministry number 05, ministry name, Premier's Ministry, amount $3,680,000.
The question is that the amount of $3,680,000 under the head Premier's Ministry forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning, amount $30,950,000.
The question is that the amount of $30,950,000 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 07, ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Post, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management, amount $18,850,000.
The question is that the amount of $18,850,000 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Housing, Lands, Natural and Marine Resources, Cooperatives, Creative and Culture, amount $8,650,000.
The question is that the amount of $8,650,000 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Housing, Lands, Natural and Marine Resources, Cooperatives, Creative and Culture forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment, amount $12,550,000.
The question is that the amount of $12,550,000 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, ministry name, Ministry of Tourism, amount $1,050,000.
The question is that the amount of $1,050,000 under the head Ministry of Tourism forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 11, ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services and Information Technology, Youth and Sports, amount $5,200,000.
The question is that the amount of $5,200,000 under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services and Information Technology, Youth and Sports forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure, $80,930,000.
The question is that the total capital expenditure of $80,930,000 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total current expenditure, $203,491,680,000. $680.
The question is that total current expenditure in the amount of $203,491,680 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure, $80,930,000.
The question is that total capital expenditure in the amount of $80,930,000 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total expenditure 2026, $284,421,680.
The question is that the total expenditure for 2026 in the amount of $284,421,680 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
The question is that the schedule forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Title.
The question is that the title forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you. This completes. This is the extent of the bill. House will resume its sitting. I recognize the member for Nevis, too.
Madam President, I'm delighted to report that the bill shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 has passed through committee stages without amendment. And whilst I'm on my feet, Madam President, may I move that Standing Order 57 be suspended to allow us to move the third reading of this bill and have it passed in this single sitting of this Honourable House.
I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that Standing Order 57 be suspended and that the bill shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2026 and ending on the 31st day of December 2026.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed.
Resolutions.
I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, as is customary at this time of year, I rise to seek the support of this Honourable House for Resolution number 13 of 2025. It's a resolution of the Nevis Island Administration acting through its Cabinet Ministers, the Ministers. Whereas the Cabinet Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting of the 19th of November 2025, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited, with a limit not exceeding 5 million East Caribbean currency for the period 1st January to 31st December 2026. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew the facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 86.5 acres of land situated as Pinny's Estate, St. Thomas's Parish in the island of Nevis, registered in Book 52, Folio 269 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit, and whereas the name and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this, we hope, 4th day of December 2025. And let me just say that this is merely a renewal. It does not signify any new borrowing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 13 of 2025 be adopted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise again on this occasion to move a motion that the resolution number 14 of 2025 be adopted by this honorable House. Whereas it is provided for by Part 8, Section 48 to 49 of the Finance Administration Act number 13 of 2007 and the Nevis Treasury Bills Ordinance number 5 of 1989, the Cabinet Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 19th of November 2025, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing the following Treasury bills. 1. 91-day Treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of 140 million East Caribbean currency for the period 1st January to 31st December 2026. And number 2, 365-day Treasury bill issue over the counter with a limit of 5,275,000 East Caribbean currency for the period 1st January to 31st December 2026. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on these Treasury bill facilities, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 4th day of December 2025.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 14 of 2025 be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise again, and like the two resolutions prior, this is not any new borrowing, to move a motion that resolution number 15 of 2025 be adopted by this honorable House. Whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 19th of November 2025, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the CIBC First Caribbean International Bank Barbados Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding 2 million East Caribbean dollars, the facility, for the period 1st January to 31st December 2026. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew the facility, and whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of this facility, approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 4th day of December 2025.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 15 of 2025 be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise on this occasion to seek the approval of this honorable House for resolution number 16 of 2025. Whereas the Cabinet Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 19th day of November 2025, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the Bank of Nevis Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding 40 million East Caribbean dollars, the facility for the period 1st January to 31st December 2026. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew this facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 150 acres of land situated at New River Estate in the parish of St. James in the island of Nevis, registered in Book 49, Folio 108 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 4th day of December 2025.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 16 of 2025 be adopted by this honorable House. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise on this occasion to seek your leave for an adjournment of this House sine die. And while I'm on my feet, I just want to take this opportunity on the adjournment to wish all of us here in this honorable House the very best for the holiday season. To you, Madam President, those on the, Madam, our member for Nevis 5, those on the government side, clerk, sergeant at arms, and the other officers, those in the gallery, the very best for the holiday season. I also want to take this opportunity to also extend best wishes for the holiday season to my constituents in St. George, Gingerland, Nevis 3, and to all of us on the island of Nevis, as well as the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, the very best for the Christmas and holiday season. Whatever you do it in moderation. Do not overdo. Do it in moderation. Very best for a happy and holy holiday season, and the very best for a prosperous and successful 2026. May it please you, Madam President.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize the member for Nevis 5.
Madam President, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate all the recent graduates of the Charleston Secondary School, the Gingerland High School, and the Nevis Sixth Form College. I also wish to take a few minutes to thank those who have supported me and who continue to support me on my political journey. It has not been easy, but I am indeed grateful for the support. And in God, I continue to trust, and I will continue to do my endeavor best to represent the people of Nevis 5. Madam President, last weekend, I conducted a cleanup initiative in my constituency, more so in the village of Cotton Ground and Westbury. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank all those who volunteered and everyone who participated in that cleanup initiative. It was indeed a successful initiative, and I want to continue to encourage everyone, not only in the constituency of St. Thomas's, but throughout Nevis, to continue to keep Nevis clean. So I just want to thank everyone for their support and cooperation. Madam President, I wish to just make two announcements. First of all, I just wish to inform the general public and the members of my constituency that the Cotton Ground community is presently undertaking a cleanup initiative of Cotton Ground Bay. So I just want to appeal to all those persons who may have abandoned boats, those that cannot be fixed, abandoned sheds for storage, those persons who have those items but who are no longer participating in fishing activity. We are asking you to please take your belongings and to assist the fishermen there in being able to utilize this space. So I'm just asking everyone to please take your belongings if you have them there abandoned. It's not really a dumping site. And so we are taking part in that cleanup initiative, and we want everyone to just take their stuff so that we can, and assist us in that cleanup initiative. Madam President, on a bit of a sad note, I also wish to seek the assistance of the general public. My husband Nigel Simmons, who is a fisherman in the Indian Castle or Hanids Road area, he recently, a Yamaha 40 engine was recently stolen from his boat that is situated at Hanids Road or Indian Castle. So I'm just asking anyone with information, if you can contact him at 663-8752 or the Gingerland police station or the nearest police station. That is anyone with information pertaining to that stolen or lost engine, Madam President. I also wish to just inform my constituency and the general public that the Cotton Ground Community Group will be hosting a Christmas Delight for the first time at the 5 turn in Cotton Ground. We are taking part in a community initiative to decorate the bus stop area and the vacant lot of land there in Cotton Ground. So I'm just seeking the support and participation of the community, and the invitation is extended to the wider Nevis community for everyone to come on out and support that initiative. Madam President, I wish to take this opportunity to wish yourself, your family, and all other members of this honorable House and their families, and Madam President, my beloved constituency and the entire island of Nevis, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous and peaceful New Year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Nevis too.
Madam President, on the occasion of the adjournment, please allow me to wish you, Madam President, and your family, the clerk and her family, the members on the government side, the honorable member opposite who's here, the good member for number 5, but also the member for number 4 who's absent, the Sergeant at Arms, and certainly the members of the press who are here, and the members in the gallery. Let me wish them all a very Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous New Year. It is my hope that all of Nevis will enjoy the Christmas season, and that our people will remain safe, and that the New Year will bring an abundance of health and development and jobs and economic expansion and good times here on the island of Nevis. I would want to go on record to commend our police for the excellent performance this year. We have seen a remarkable reduction in crime on the island of Nevis, and I want to extend my congratulations to the High Command, of course, our Commissioner Sutton, but also to our dear friend, Mr. Carty, who's in charge here on the island of Nevis, and to all of the rank and file for the excellent job that they've been doing, and continue to encourage our people that we try to lead productive lives and leave crime and criminal activity alone. Madam President, let me also use the occasion to invite all the children of Nevis to the CCM Fun Day. We're having a fun day for Christmas. It will be on the Villa grounds. They're in Charlestown on the 20th of December. It's a Saturday, starting at 1 p.m. Each year we try to do something where we allow the parents to go and enjoy themselves for a few hours while we babysit the children. We take care of them, toys and food and fun. And so we encourage them to come out safe with us and leave them with us for a few hours, but make sure to pick them up after, because we're only going to babysit them for a few hours. So we're not adopting them, we're only babysitting them for a few hours. So we urge parents to drop off their children at the Villa grounds. 20th of December, this is a Saturday starting at 1 p.m. We hope to have a wonderful time there. Let me also indicate, although it was mentioned earlier, that at midday today, some colleagues would have attended a church service at the Methodist Church. It's a service of thanksgiving that has become traditional here in Nevis. It was jointly hosted by the Nevis Evangelical Association and the Nevis Christian Council. And we want to just express our gratitude to them for their constant prayers. I was, if I can put it this way, a little disappointed that the church was not full. And I say that because God has really been good to us, Madam President. We have come through unscathed this hurricane season. And although my wife reminded me recently that hurricanes can come in December, I think that the official date is November 30th, and we have come to the end of the hurricane season officially for 2025. And so I would really want to say thank you to Minister Brand and his team at Disaster Management, Mr. Brian Dyer and the entire team. I know they take their job very seriously. Thank you, of course, to those who operate in SINKITs at the national level. But I want to also thank the church, the members of the church, the leadership of the church, and the praying Christian community in Nevis, because I am firmly of the view that it is only through prayer that we have avoided the perils of hurricanes and storms now over the past decade or more. We have, in fact, been spared the worst. And when I look at what has happened to our neighbors in the Caribbean, Jamaica, of course, got hit hard, but so did Cuba and Haiti. We can only get on our knee, as the good member for number 1 said, bruise our knees and pray. Thank God, and that's what we did today. So I want to just say how good I felt that the church has started this. It's not a government initiative, it is a church-led initiative, but each year they have this service to say thank you. They have the service at the start of the season to ask for God's protection, and they come back at the end of the season. And I like that, because sometimes we ask for God's blessings, and when we get them, we forget to say thank you. So I just want to commend the church and to thank them for all that they do, and to thank the entire community, Christian community, who pray for our safety in this difficult time. Madam President, before I sit, a matter of some sadness, I want to express my heartfelt condolences to our legal advisor. She has lost her brother quite suddenly, and we know it's a very sad time for her and her family. And I just wanted to know that she's in our prayers. We love her very much. She has contributed significantly to the work that we've done and helped us and guided us over the years that she has been our legal advisor. She's an integral part of what we do here in Nevis. And I wanted to use this opportunity just to publicly express to her what we have all said to her privately, that her family has our deepest sympathies, and our prayers are with her and her family at what must be an exceedingly difficult time for the entire family. And so I use this opportunity just to convey to her our deepest condolences. On that note, I again wish everyone a joyous vacation break, Christmas break, and I trust and hope, Madam President, that we continue here on this island to look out for each other, to love each other and to take care of each other. As I always remind people, because many people call me and say, Christmas has come, what you have for me? Christmas is about giving, not receiving. And I know you may well say, well, somebody has to give you for you to receive. But it is not just about material things. Sometimes the best thing that we can give each other is our time, is our attention, is our effort. As I saw that we have 5 centenarians in Nevis, imagine if we all made some time to go and sit with somebody who's elderly, somebody who's alone, and share our time with them. I think a lot of time we count our blessings in terms of the material things. Did I get a gift? Did I get a toy? Did I get something, an iPhone? Whatever it is. But giving of our time, helping those who are less fortunate, being there for each other, being our brother's keeper, being our sister's helper. It is very important that we cultivate that. And what a time to do it. What a best time to do it, but Christmas time. Because this is a time when, of course, God sent his only son to die so that sinners like me would have a chance at redemption. And so I rise to say thank you, Madam President, for your service here during this budget. Thank you to the clerk, Sergeant at Arms, and all who have participated in making this another successful budget for 2025. Thank you, and may God bless everyone.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Nevis 1.
Madam President, I rise on the adjournment to offer my own words of greetings. First, Madam President, I want to certainly wish you and your family certainly a wonderful and blessed Christmas. The Clerk of the House, the Sergeant of Arms, and Madam President, I want to wish these two young men, cameramen, and I believe we have
Three.
one in the back as well. Yes, and from time to time they make us look good on camera. You know, sorry? Camera woman as well. Madam President, I think that we come to this parliament sitting and we make our various presentation, and there are those who make sure that everything goes extremely well. And I believe that sometimes we, probably not deliberately, perhaps, but just overlook them a bit. So I just wanted to, they are professionals at what they do. So I just wanted to give them what I would call a little shout out. Yes, while they continue to bring us and broadcast us really throughout the rest of the world, Madam President. So to the team, the cameraman and the technician, and I believe we also had one radio as well, so we want to say certainly all the very best for the Christmas season. Madam President, I also want to join with the member for Nevis number 5 in offering congratulations to the graduates of the Charleston Secondary School. And we all know that Charleston Secondary School is celebrating their 75th anniversary. I believe an institution that would have provided for this country the kind of human resources for its own development. And I certainly want to say to the Charleston Secondary School, as they not only celebrate their 75th anniversary, but as they would have participated in their recent graduation, both the CSS and the sixth form, and also the Gingerland High School, all the very best, especially to our young people. I know our teachers try to do the very best that they can, and we certainly want to wish them all the very best in the new year. Madam President, I also want to say to my constituents of St. Paul's, and by extension the entire island of Nevis, that I have a feeling that exciting times are ahead. Exciting times are ahead. I want to wish my constituents all the very best for this Christmas, and certainly God's richest blessings in 2026. And finally, Madam President, I want to join with the member for Nevis number 2 to offer condolences to our legal advisor. I know she would have left, but he is absolutely correct in his comments regarding our legal advisor. She, my mind, is, I would say, the glue amongst all that we try to do as a government. She has provided good advice, sound advice, dependable and reliable advice. And I certainly want to offer my deepest condolences to her and her entire family on the passing of her brother. And while I'm on condolences, Madam President, we are drawing to a close the year 2025. And last year at this time, you know, we would have lost a number of our own citizens throughout the island of Nevis. And for some, this Christmas would be slightly different without their various loved ones. I want to say to all of those families who may have lost loved one in 2025 that I hope that they can remember their loved one with fond memories and reflect on the positive attributes that they would have brought into their lives. And Madam President, with those brief words, I want to say to all a blessed Christmas and all the very best for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the Honorable Nominated Member, Minister of Health et al.
Good afternoon again, Madam President.
Good afternoon.
I rise on this, the occasion of the adjournment, just to be able to wish everyone in this honorable house, members opposite, members on the government benches, yourself, the clerk, sergeant of arms, and all the supporting staff who would have contributed to making this budget presentation successful. I want to wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday season. I trust that we will all enjoy our time with our families, and remember to take the opportunity as well to give back to those who are in need and less fortunate during this time. I want to take this opportunity to reflect on the Christmas tree lighting that we had last evening. It was an excellent production by the Department of Community Development. The citizens came out and certainly enjoyed themselves, and it is a beautiful display for everyone to go out and see. So I just want to recognize the team for their hard work and encourage everyone to go out and enjoy the fruits of their labor. While I'm speaking of those lighting, I just want to sensitize the public about some of the upcoming community tree lightings that we are encouraging others to participate in. I know sometimes individuals are not aware of when their respective Christmas tree lightings are. Although I encourage you to participate in all of them, I'm going to share some of the upcoming ones. And the next on the agenda would be in Butlers at their community center grounds, and that will be on December 8th. Brown Hill at their basketball court is on December 10th. Bath at their roundabout is December 13th. Brick Lane opposite Squeeze Up Bar is December 13th, as well as Barnesgate at their community center is also December 13th. Church Ground is December 14th. Government Road, December 15th. Camps Village, December 16th. Jessup's, my hometown, December 17th. Westbury, December 17th. Fountain, December 18th. Stony Grove, December 18th. Rollins, December 19th. Newcastle, December 20th. Garner, December 20th. Cotton Ground, December 20th. Maddens, December 20th is a popular date. Maddens, December 20th. Cherry Garden is December 21st. Hanley's Road, December 22nd. And Cox Village is December 22nd. I know one of the most anticipated ones is often the Zion bus stop. That date is to be announced, as it's always a surprise, but that is to be announced. So I'm encouraging everyone. The passport competition is still open. You can contact community development for that and just participate and enjoy these activities. I also want to take the opportunity to also put on record my condolences to our legal advisor. I know it's truly a difficult thing to lose a sibling, and so we have her in our prayers, and we're here to offer the support as much we can. She is the backbone of this team, and we will support her in this time of mourning accordingly. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I want to once again wish everyone a happy season and bid you all a good evening.
Thank you very much. I recognize the honorable nominated member, Minister of Education.
Madam President, I rise on the occasion of the adjournment. I know we've all had a very long day, so I won't tarry long. Of course, I also want to share in the sentiment of offering condolences to Madam Helen Lewis on the loss of her brother. I want to wish all of us here a very safe and wonderful Christmas season, and I want to wish the people of Nevis a very safe rest of 2025 and the Christmas season when it gets into full swing. I want everybody to really celebrate the season, but remember that the season is indeed about Christ, the birth of Christ, and I want to wish us all a very bright and pleasant 2026 when it comes around, Madam President. With those few words, I wish to second the motion for the adjournment, Madam President. Thank you.
Very grateful. Thank you very much. And for my part, before I put the question, I just want to associate with all of the sentiments that were expressed, the expressions of gratitude, the greetings on the occasion of the Christmas season, and the expression of condolences to the legal advisor. I'd like to associate myself with those sentiments. And I just wanted to single out the clerk, the junior clerk, and the stenographer for all they would have done during the period of the last few days and to organize for the sitting. And of course, to you members as well for your usual high standard of decorum and the quality of the debate. I am grateful to all of you for your contribution. And I'd also like, on behalf of the Assembly, to extend our words of congratulations to the people and government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia on the completion of their peaceful election process, and to extend best wishes to Speaker Rochelle Ford, who was the Speaker of the House in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Speaker Claudius Francis and President Alvina Reynolds, who are Speaker and President in St. Lucia. And on that note, I wish you all best wishes for the Christmas season, and to the general public and those listening and viewing from this house to yours, Merry Christmas, and may you take some time to remember the reason for the season. Thank you very much. And the question is that this honorable house be adjourned. Signed aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.